Chapter 2777. After pulling the young man into the array, Lu Ming's black light shrouded the young man and blocked the blood-red mist outside. He still wanted to take the young man as a hostage, so he couldn't let him die. Ah! The young man screamed in horror. When he realized that he was fine, he became bolder and shouted, "Kid, let me go! Let me go! I can let you go, but you have to get your people to remove the array and let me go. Also, give me 100 ancient god flowers, no 500 ancient god flowers," Lu Ming said coldly. 500 ancient god flowers? Impossible! The young man shouted. What do you say? Do you want him to die? Or hand over the ancient god flowers and let me go? Lu Ming ignored the young man and looked at the descendants of the ancient gods on the cliff. The descendants of the ancient gods had ugly expressions. Kid, do you know who he is? He's the son of the great elder. If anything happens to him, you'll die too. An old man said coldly. I don't care whose son he is. If he doesn't hand over the ancient god flowers, I'll throw him out and let him die in this array. Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't care whose son the young man was. The higher the young man's status, the better. That way he could get the ancient god flowers and leave. You. The old man and the other descendants of the ancient gods all had ugly expressions. These people looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Save me! Save me! The young man shouted. We have to report this to the great elder or the patriarch before we can make a decision, the old man said. There's no need to report. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Then a tall old man with white hair and a beard walked over. The young man was overjoyed when he saw the old man and shouted, Father, Father, save me! Greetings, great elder! The other descendants of the ancient gods bowed. It turned out that this person was the great elder of the ancient god clan. This person has a very high cultivation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the great elder of the ancient god clan. The pressure this person gave him was shocking. This made Lu Ming feel as though he was facing the outer sect elders of the Kongxian school. One had to know that the outer sect elders of the Kongxian school were all sky celestial realm existences. It was very likely that this person was also a heavenly god. The great elder of the ancient god clan looked gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Let my son go, and I promise to let you go. Hearing those words, the young man was overjoyed. Give the 500 ancient god flowers to me first. Then, remove the formation and let me leave this place. Then I will naturally let them go, Lu Ming said. Let him go first, shouted the great elder of the ancient god clan. Release him first? Do you think it's possible? Lu Ming sneered. He didn't believe the other party. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The great elder of the ancient god clan looked gloomy and was filled with terrifying killing intent. Hand over the ancient god flowers, remove the formation and let me go. Then I will naturally let them go. The conditions are simple. Lu Ming said coldly. The great elder of the ancient god clan's expression changed. Finally, he showed a determined look. The secret of this place must not be leaked. Go in peace. Father will avenge you. What? Hearing that, Lu Ming was shocked. The great elder didn't care about the young man's life and death. He didn't even care about his own son. No, no, father, no, save me. The young man shouted crazily. Continue to activate the formation. Also, send out experts to block this person's escape route and prevent him from rushing out. This time, everyone who came in must die. None of them can be left alive. The great elder of the ancient god clan ordered coldly. Yes. The other descendants of the ancient gods flashed and rushed to the valley where Lu Ming and the others came from. They wanted to prevent Lu Ming from rushing out from there. Damn it! Lu Ming roared inwardly. His eyes were cold as he stared at the great elder of the ancient god clan. Since you don't even care about your own son, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Ming's mind moved. The ice chains wrapped around the young man and sent him into the blood-red fog. Chi-chi suddenly, the sound of corrosion came from the young man's body. The young man screamed miserably. Go in peace. Father will avenge you. I will crush this brat's bones and scatter his ashes. I will let him die miserably. The great elder of the ancient god clan's voice was extremely gloomy and cold. This old man, could it be that he was the one who set up this formation? Lu Ming couldn't help but think. He couldn't help but suspect that the great elder of the ancient god clan had set up this formation so that he could condense the ancient god heart. That was why he didn't even care about his own son. Since you don't even care about your own son, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Ming threw the young man into the valley. The young man screamed miserably. After a while, he stopped breathing. The great elder of the ancient god clan was filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that he was also afraid of the blood-red fog, he would have already charged in and killed Lu Ming with one slap. Activate the formation. Let's see how long he can last. The great elder of the ancient god clan ordered. Buzz. Suddenly, the runes in the surroundings shone even more dazzlingly. The blood-red fog in the formation became even denser. Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed, and he entered the fog. He rushed toward the valley he had come from. However, when he arrived, he found that outside the array, there were many powerhouses of the ancient god's descendants. What a mistake! Lu Ming muttered. This time it really was a mistake. He hadn't expected the great elder of the ancient god clan to be so ruthless. He didn't even care about his own son's life. Originally, he had planned to take that young man as a hostage and exchange him for some ancient god flowers before leaving. Otherwise, Lu Ming could have rushed out of the valley without anyone noticing. He might have succeeded. But now it was too late. A large number of experts had surrounded him. If he charged in now, only death would await him. I can only go in another direction. Lu Ming entered the fog again and rushed toward another valley. There were a total of 8 valleys here. He didn't know where the other 7 led to. Lu Ming randomly chose a valley. When he approached the formation, the 9th ice chain flew out. With the head of the ice chain as the core, it constantly rotated. Bang! There was a hole in the light shield of the array and Lu Ming dashed out. There were ancient god descendants guarding this place. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he was discovered. That brat is here. Stop him. Kill. Those ancient god descendants charged at Lu Ming. However, there weren't many people here. Most of them had gone to the valley Lu Ming had come from. There were only 7 or 8 people here. World extinguishing 3 strikes, moon severing. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and cast the 3 strokes of annihilation. A crescent-shaped attack burst forth. Boom. Of these ancient god descendants, the strongest was only at the 8th level of the true god realm. Lu Ming broke through their defenses and rushed out. Chapter 2778. As soon as Lu Ming broke out of the encirclement, he ran towards the depths of the valley. This kid is here. Don't let him get away. Chase him. The descendant of the ancient god roared and chased after Lu Ming. Chase him. You must catch this kid. I'm going to grind his bones to dust. The great elder of the ancient god clan roared furiously. He dashed out and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 9 heavens Kuan-Pung technique and flew at full speed. He dashed out of the valley very quickly. Behind this valley was a boundless area of hills and rivers. In some places, one could even see palaces and houses. Obviously, this was the residence of the descendants of the ancient god, where the real ancient god mountain was located. But now Lu Ming couldn't care less. He randomly chose a direction and rushed over. Behind him, the descendants of the ancient god chased after him. Lu Ming performed the Garuda technique to the extreme. His speed was amazing. He was like a Garuda leaping through the void. Soon, a mountain peak appeared in front of Lu Ming. The environment on the mountain peak was very good. There was a small lake and a house beside the lake. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a young girl practicing swordsmanship by the lake. Her swordsmanship was agile, like a silver snake dancing in the air. It was obvious that she was extraordinary. At this moment, the descendants of the ancient god who were chasing after him were shocked. Oh no, the residence of the 3rd miss is ahead. One of the descendants of the ancient god exclaimed. Idiot, don't shout. Another descendant of the ancient god shouted. She shouted so loudly. What if Lu Ming heard her? Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Ming had heard that person's shout. 3rd miss? Seems like she's a big shot. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards the young girl. The young girl had already seen Lu Ming. She was slightly stunned and then shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my cultivation place?" Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. He formed a big hand with his divine power and grabbed at the young girl. "You, how dare you?" The young woman was shocked. The battle sword in her hand slashed towards Lu Ming. This young lady was a peak 9th empty god realm cultivator. The divine power she controlled was also powerful. However, such cultivation was nothing in front of Lu Ming. The huge hand pressed down, and the sword light collapsed. The young woman was caught in Lu Ming's hand. "Third miss, let go of third miss." Behind them, some ancient god descendants rushed over. And when they saw the young woman being captured, their expressions changed drastically, and they started shouting loudly, "Stop right there." Lu Ming used his divine power to form a giant hand and grabbed the young woman. The descendants of the ancient gods all stopped in the distance, not daring to get close. Clearly, they were afraid of the young woman's identity. "You. Who are you? Let me go." The young woman cried out and struggled with all her might. However, with her cultivation, how could she break free? "Third miss, this person is an outsider who harbors ill intentions." An ancient god's descendant shouted. You're an outsider? Let me go, you despicable outsider." The young woman struggled and shouted angrily. However, Lu Ming was not moved at all, and he quickly retreated with the young woman. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Behind them, many figures flew over like lightning, and the one leading them was the great elder of the ancient god clan. "Great elder, save me!" The young woman cried for help. "Kid, let her go!" The great elder of the ancient god clan roared, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble violently. He kept retreating, and he almost vomited blood. Terrifying. The great elder of the ancient god clan was extremely powerful. He was definitely a heavenly god, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to release such a terrifying aura. "Back off or I'll kill her!" Lu Ming bellowed, exuding a cold murderous intent. The long spear in his hand was aimed at the young lady's glabella. The elder of the ancient god clan, and the other members of the ancient god clan turned pale. "Kid, how dare you!" The great elder of the ancient god clan roared. "Why wouldn't I dare? Anyway, you won't let me go now. At most, we'll die together. With such a beauty accompanying me, it's worth it. Hee hee." Lu Ming sneered. The great elder of the ancient god clan looked pale, but the young woman's identity was not to be underestimated. She was the third daughter of the ancient god clan leader, and also the ancient god clan leader's favorite daughter. He didn't dare to act rashly. He could ignore his son's life, but he couldn't ignore the life and death of the ancient god clan leader's daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Kid, let me tell you, even if you capture the third miss, you won't be able to leave the ancient god's mountain. The ancient god clan won't compromise." The great elder of the ancient god clan said coldly, and his face was resolute. Lu Ming frowned. The great elder of the ancient god clan seemed determined not to let him leave the ancient god's mountain. He didn't even care about the life and death of his son, as if he was afraid that the secret of the ancient god's mountain would be leaked. If Lu Ming used the same trick again, using the young woman as a hostage to force the great elder to let him go, the great elder would probably fight to the death. If that was the case, in such an environment, there was no way he could survive. The only thing he could do now was to take a step back. "Who said I'm leaving the ancient god's mountain? I'm telling you not to chase after me. Stop here. Do you understand?" Lu Ming said coldly, and slowly retreated with the young woman. As expected, the great elder of the ancient god descendants didn't chase after them. He just watched as Lu Ming slowly left. "Great elder, aren't we going to chase after him?" Someone asked. "Let this kid leave first. Anyway, this is the ancient god's mountain, and he can't get out. Let's keep him here so that the third miss won't be hurt. Also, immediately inform the clan leader about this, and ask him to send more experts to chase after that kid." The great elder ordered. Yes. The other ancient god descendants started to move. Lu Ming flew with the young woman, and when he realized that no one was chasing after them, he heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming specifically flew to a remote place. After flying for a while, Lu Ming found a hidden canyon and flew in. "You outsider, let me go, or my father won't let you off," the young woman shouted. "Is your father the clan leader of the ancient god descendants?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, you're scared now. Let me go, you despicable outsider." The young woman glared at Lu Ming. "You're really the daughter of the clan leader of the ancient god descendants." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder those ancient god descendants were so afraid. He sighed that he was really lucky to have met the daughter of the clan leader of the ancient god descendants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. "Stay here or you'll get it." Lu Ming glanced at the young woman coldly. Kill me if you want. You vicious person, I'm not afraid of you." The young woman widened her eyes and glared at Lu Ming. She looked as if she was going to die. Chapter 2779. Lu Ming was speechless. "Vicious? How am I vicious?" "You outsiders are all vicious people. You came to the ancient god's mountain with bad intentions," the young woman said coldly. "Haha, we have ill intentions. We just came to pick some ancient god flowers. How is that vicious?" "Speaking of viciousness, you descendants of the ancient gods are the real vicious ones. You deliberately released the map of the ancient god's mountain to lure us here. Then, you trapped us with a formation and fed our flesh and blood to the ancient god flowers. Are we vicious or are you vicious?" Lu Ming said coldly. You're talking nonsense. We descendants of the ancient gods would never do such a cruel thing. Don't try to slander us." The young lady gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming. She had a hateful look on her face. Does this woman really not know? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "Stop pretending. You descendants of the ancient gods have set up a formation and used the ancient god flowers as the eye of the formation to absorb the flesh and blood of a large number of experts to condense the ancient god's heart. Don't think that I don't know. Also, the flesh and blood of us outsiders is not enough. I'm afraid that most of you descendants of the ancient gods will be buried with us. They will all be sacrificed," Lu Ming said coldly. As he spoke, he stared at the young woman to see her reaction. The woman's face turned pale. Then she stared at Lu Ming angrily and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. That formation was set up by my father. My father would never do such a thing. Don't you dare slander him. That formation was set up by the leader of the descendants of the ancient gods." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He sneered and said, "There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. But it's the truth. We got hundreds of maps of the ancient gods' mountain from the outside, and found the ancient gods' mountain through the maps. But in the end, everyone died except for me. Next, the descendants of the ancient gods will die." "Shut up. You're talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. I won't allow you to slander my father," the young woman shouted, but her eyes were no longer as firm as before. She looked suspicious. "He's not talking nonsense." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from outside the valley. When the voice sounded, it was still very far away. However, by the time the voice faded away, it was already very close to them. An expert, a peerless expert had come. Lu Ming was shocked. With a thought, the ice shackles flew out and wrapped around the young woman. He wanted to control the young woman. But when the ice chains flew out, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. This pressure was even heavier than a mountain. The 9 ice chains were actually locked down by this pressure. At the same time, the pressure pressed down on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to continuously retreat. At this moment, an old man holding a dragon-headed walking stick appeared in the valley. The wrinkles on the old man's face piled up like a mountain, making him look very old. "Not good, it's a 3rd-level heavenly god. We're done for," Bone yelled. "Grandpa Gubo." Seeing this old man, the young woman beamed with joy and ran towards him. "Xing, are you all right?" The old man looked at the young woman dotingly. The young woman's name was Gu Xing. "I'm fine, Grandpa Gubo." This outsider dared to slander father. "By the way, Grandpa Gubo, why did you say that he's right?" Gu Xing was quite happy, but when she said the last sentence, she showed a hint of doubt. "I mean, what this little guy said is very likely to be true." Sigh. Gubo let out a sigh. "Really? How is this possible?" "Impossible. This is impossible." Gu Xing's eyes were filled with disbelief as she kept shaking her head. Lu Ming said that his father had set up a formation to nourish the ancient god flower with the flesh and blood of outsiders. Later on, he would use the flesh and blood of the descendants of the ancient god to nourish the ancient god flower. How was this possible? She found it hard to believe. Sigh, I didn't believe it at the beginning either. However, since the patriarch set up the formation and gave the order to seal the mountain, I began to doubt it. All these years, I've been secretly investigating and finally found out the truth. Your father is too obsessed. He wants the descendants of the ancient god clan to walk on the path of glory and condense the heart of the ancient god. For this he will do anything. Gu Bo sighed and his voice was filled with helplessness. How could this be? How could this be? Gu Xing was completely at a loss. This blow was too big for her. If Gu Bo had not told her this news, she would never have believed it. However, Gu Bo would not lie to her. Little guy, you can see the function of the formation at a glance and deduce so many things. You're not simple. Gu Bo looked at Lu Ming with a surprised face. I'm just guessing by chance. Senior, I have no ill intentions towards the descendants of the ancient god clan. I just want to take a few ancient god flowers. Senior, can you let me leave? Lu Ming explained. I'm afraid it's difficult for you to leave now. The patriarch has given the order to seal all the exits. Even if I want to help you, I can't, Gu Bo said. All the exits have been sealed. Lu Ming frowned. This was going to be troublesome. No, I have to stop my father. I have to stop him. Gu Xing shouted in a daze, and was about to rush out of the valley. Gu Bo waved his hand and a divine power shrouded Gu Xing, stopping her. Grandpa Gu Bo, why are you stopping me? I want to see my father. I have to stop him. Gu Xing shouted. Xing, the patriarch is too obsessed. Moreover, things are about to reach the final stage. You won't be able to stop him even if you go. Instead, you'll be put under house arrest. Gu Bo said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? If it's true, how many of our clansmen will die tragically? We'll be sinners for eternity. Gu Xing shouted. Of course not. If I'm not wrong, the patriarch will definitely choose to take action at the ancestral worship ceremony a month later. At that time, I'm afraid that 90% of our clansmen will be sacrificed. Gu Bo said. Gu Xing shuddered. Yes, the ancestral worship ceremony a month later. At that time, all the descendants of the ancient god clan would gather at the 8 valleys to worship their ancestors. That was the best time to take action. During this period, I'll secretly gather some people. When your father takes action, we'll stop him. Gu Bo looked at Lu Ming and said, Little friend, why don't you stay and help this old man? Only by stopping the patriarch's evil deeds can you leave. At that time, this old man will give you some ancient god flowers. What do you think? All right. Lu Ming nodded. In this situation, he could only choose to agree. What else could he do if he didn't agree? Chapter 2780. Good. Now leave with this old man. Come to this old man's residence. I will spread the news that Xing has been rescued by this old man. Little brother, you should change your appearance so this old man can bring you away. Gu Bo said. Lu Ming nodded. At this time, he could only choose to believe Gu Bo. Moreover, with Gu Bo's cultivation, there was no need to lie to him. He did not have a hostage in his hands. If Gu Bo wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Immediately, Lu Ming changed his appearance and clothes and followed Gu Bo outside. Soon, a group of people flew in front of them. When they saw Gu Xing, they were overjoyed. Third Miss, are you all right? Someone was overjoyed. Don't worry, Third Miss has been rescued by me. Gu Bo said. Lord Grand Elder, I wonder how that foreign brat is doing? Someone asked. That brat has already been killed by this old man. Not even his bones remain. You can rest assured. Gu Bo said. I see. The group of people nodded, but when they glanced at Lu Ming, they still showed a trace of suspicion. However, in front of Gu Bo, they did not dare to be presumptuous. Gu Bo was one of the few remaining grand elders of the ancient god descendants. His seniority was frighteningly high. The group of people glanced at Lu Ming and then left. Lu Ming followed Gu Bo and arrived at Gu Bo's residence without any mishap. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming would stay here while Gu Bo would secretly contact experts whom he could trust. 1 month later, they would stop the leader of the descendants of the ancient gods. Gu Xing was obviously absent-minded. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This day was the day when the ancient god descendants worshipped their ancestors. The location was the gathering place of the 8 valleys, the place full of ancient god flowers. That place was the sacred place of the ancient god clan. The gathering place of the 8 valleys was full of people. Most of the ancient god descendants had gathered at the gathering place of the 8 valleys. On the northern cliff, there was a group of people standing. The leader was a middle-aged burly man with a square face and a dignified face. This person was the ancient god descendants' patriarch, Gu Xing's father, Gu Xiong. Beside Gu Xiong stood the first elder and a few other elders. Ancestral worship begins. Gu Xiong's voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Welcome, ancestral altar. All the members of the ancient god clan shouted in unison. Then 8 abnormally tall and sturdy men, carrying an altar, stepped into the air and flew over. With every step they took, there would be a dull thud in the void. It was as if they were walking while carrying a divine mountain. This altar was ancient and full of vicissitudes. It was the ancestral altar of the ancient god clan. When the 8 burly men carried the altar to the place where the 8 valleys converged, the altar emitted a resplendent light. Runes appeared on it, and then it flew into the void and began to expand. Whoosh! Gu Xiong flew to the altar and sat down cross-legged. All the descendants of the ancient gods bowed to Gu Xiong. Today, after today, I will definitely rise again. The ancient god clan will definitely rise again. I hope you don't blame me. What you've done is worth it. Looking at the thousands of descendants of the ancient gods, Gu Xiong roared in his heart. He had been preparing for this day for far too long. Today he would condense the ancient god heart. He wanted to recreate the glory of the ancient gods. 2nd elder, 5th elder, you can all go down. At this moment, Gu Xiong looked at some of the people on the cliff. Many of them were elders of the descendants of the ancient gods. We have to go down too. The elders were stunned. According to the usual practice, the elders only needed to stand on the cliff. There was no need for them to go down. That's right. All of you go down. Gu Xiong said again. His tone was a little heavier. Although the elders were a little confused, they did not disobey. They flew down to the place where the 8 valleys converged and stood in the sea of ancient god flowers. Of course, not all of the elders flew down. For example, the first elder and a few others were still standing there, not moving. Obviously, these people had known about Gu Xiong's plan and were supporters of Gu Xiong. Where's Xing? Is she not here? Gu Xiong looked at the great elder. 3rd Miss is not here. She has been staying with Grand Elder Gu Bo, the great elder reported. Is that so? That's good too. Gu Xiong's eyes flashed with a strange light. In fact, at this moment Gu Xing was already nearby. Gu Xing, Lu Ming, Gu Bo, and some of the people that Gu Bo contacted came to a secret place in the distance and watched from a distance. Father, I hope you won't do anything foolish. Gu Xing clenched her hands tightly. She was very nervous. At this moment, Gu Xiong began to speak. We, the descendants of the ancient gods, are the descendants of the ancient gods. We have noble blood flowing in our veins. We should be the rulers of the primitive universe, the royal family of the primitive universe. But now, we are hiding on a small planet. Fellow clansmen, are you willing to accept this? Gu Xiong's voice was heard. Yes. Yes. The descendants of the ancient gods shouted. Their voices were loud enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. I am not willing to accept this either. Gu Xiong shouted. I once swore that I will lead our clan to glory in this life. For this, I will do anything, including my own life. What about you? Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for the glory of our clan? Yes. We are willing to sacrifice our lives. The descendants of the ancient gods shouted. Good. Since you are all willing, today is the day you sacrifice yourselves to make our clan successful. Activate the grand array. Gu Xiong shouted. His eyes were suddenly filled with cold murderous intent. Activate the grand array. The great elder and the others also shouted. Suddenly, Countless runes appeared on the cliff and the ground of the Eight Valleys congregation. A light shield completely shrouded the descendants of the ancient gods in the Eight Valleys congregation. What is going on? Patriarch, what are you doing? Many of the descendants of the ancient gods felt that something was wrong and shouted. But the next moment, a scream was heard. A cloud of blood-red mist appeared and shrouded an ancient god descendant. The descendant's cultivation was not high. His flesh and blood were quickly corroded and turned into a pool of blood. What is going on? Patriarch, what are you doing? Many people shouted. Father. In the distance, Guxing collapsed on the ground as if she had been drained of her strength. Her eyes were full of disappointment. As expected. Rush out and stop them. Remember, deactivate the Grand Array first. Gubo roared and took the lead to rush out. The others followed Gubo and flew out. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and flew out together. Your sacrifice will be exchanged for the glory of our clan. Go in peace. Gu Xiong's cold voice was heard. A beast. You are a beast. You want to sacrifice us for your own sake? Some elders finally saw through Gu Xiong's sinister intentions and shouted. Chapter 2781. Charge! Charge out! All of the ancient god descendants were enraged. They charged towards the light barrier and attacked it. However, the light barrier did not budge at all. They could not break it at all. Screams were heard continuously. The blood-red mist in the formation grew thicker. Those with weaker cultivation could not withstand it at all. Once they were enveloped by the blood-red mist, only death was waiting for them. At this moment, Gu Bo and the rest had arrived. Gu Xiong, you're ambitious. You want to condense the ancient god's heart by sacrificing so many people. I won't allow you to do that. Gu Bo roared. It's eminent Elder Gu Bo. It's eminent Elder Gu Bo. The ancient god descendants who were trapped in the formation were overjoyed when they saw Gu Bo. Gu Xiong looked at Gu Bo with cold killing intent in his eyes. Leave Gu Xiong to me. You guys go and close the formation. Gu Bo shouted at the others and pounced on Gu Xiong. You think you can stop me? Naive. Die. Gu Xiong shouted and flew up into the sky, punching towards Gu Bo. Gu Bo did not evade at all, and also exploded with an attack, blasting out a terrifying attack. Boom. The two of them collided, causing a loud explosion. However, the result was a tie. As the leader of the ancient god descendants, Gu Xiong's strength was also shocking. He had reached the third-level heavenly god realm. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. For a moment, it was hard to determine the winner. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the rest dashed toward the array base on the cliff. You want to close the formation? Don't even think about it. Stop them. If they resist, kill them without mercy. The Great Elder gave the order and soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying attack. The Great Elder was a first-level heavenly god. He was extremely terrifying. However, there was also a first-level heavenly god on Lu Ming's side. He charged towards the Great Elder and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming and the rest were engaged in a fierce battle with the others. Ice chains. At this moment, Lu Ming did not care about hiding his identity. He used all his strength. 9 ice chains flew out and swept towards the ancient god descendants. It's you, outsider. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, the first elder recognized Lu Ming. He let out a furious roar, his eyes filled with malevolence. It was all because of Lu Ming that he had watched helplessly as his son died in the array. He wished he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Kill this brat, the Great Elder roared. Leave this brat to me. An old man charged towards Lu Ming. The saber in his hand slashed out rays of saber light. Clang, clang. The saber light slashed at the ice chains and sent them flying back. This old man was an elder of the ancient god's descendants. His cultivation had reached the peak of true divinity, and his strength was shocking. He wasn't any weaker than Le Zhong back then. Lu Ming was immediately blocked, retreating again and again. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Father, stop it, stop it. At this moment, Gu Xing also flew over and shouted loudly. Xinger, go to the side. This has nothing to do with you. Gu Xiong shouted coldly. Father, stop it. Those are our people. Our ancient god's descendants don't have many people to begin with. If this continues, I'm afraid our clan will be exterminated. Gu Xing shouted. Nonsense. As long as I condense the ancient god's heart, I will definitely lead our clan to glory. Their sacrifice will be worth it. Gu Xiong roared, his eyes filled with madness. Father! Gu Xing's eyes were filled with disappointment. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Gu Xiong. Xing, are you? Gu Xiong was slightly shocked when he saw Gu Xing rushing towards him. With such a shock, his speed was slightly slower. Gu Bo seized the opportunity and punched Gu Xiong's shoulder. Gu Xiong retreated and coughed out blood. Gu Xiong quickly closed the array. Don't be stubborn. Gu Bo shouted. At this moment, there were ancient gods' descendants dying in the array. His heart was bleeding. Impossible. Gu Xiong roared. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gu Bo charged at Gu Xiong. Humph, Gu Bo, do you think I don't know that you're trying to stop me today? You thought you were being discreet, but I've already seen through it. Come out. Gu Xiong smirked and waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 streaks of rainbow light rushed out from not far away, flying towards Gu Bo with astonishing speed. Both of them were old men. One was an old man while the other was an old woman. They seemed to be as old as Gu Bo. Gu Shang, Gu Ling, it's you? Gu Bo was astounded. These 2 were on par with him. They were the other 2 elders among the descendants of the ancient god. There were 3 elders among the descendants of the ancient god. They were Gu Bo, Gu Shang, and Gu Ling. Kill. Gu Shang and Gu Ling charged at Gu Bo. Their cultivation was at the 3rd layer heaven god realm. Their strength was on par with Gu Bo's. Gu Bo was no match for them when they teamed up. He was sent flying with a single blow and vomited blood. Gu Shang, Gu Ling, what are you doing? Even you 2 are being bullied? Gu Bo yelled. However, Gu Shang and Gu Ling continued to charge at Gu Bo as if they did not hear him. Their attacks were filled with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, stop yelling. I've long controlled their minds. They are completely under my control. You won't be able to stop me today, ha ha. Gu Bo burst out laughing. He waved his hand and unleashed a god force, encapsulating Gu Xing and controlling her movements. At the same time, he moved and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Crap! Lu Ming and the others were astounded. 2 third-level celestial god experts suddenly appeared. Their strength had completely surpassed their side. They were definitely not a match for them. Lu Ming immediately backed away without hesitation. However, Gu Xiong had long noticed him. He harumphed coldly and waved his hand. A giant palm print slammed down at Lu Ming. A terrifying aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. However, Lu Ming would not surrender. He would not sit still and wait for his death. World extinguishing 3 strikes, moon slashing. Lu Ming let out a low roar and unleashed all his strength, turning it into a shocking spear ray that attacked the palm print. At the same time, 9 icy chains pierced at the palm print like 9 silver divine spears. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions were heard as the mountain-like spear ray slammed into the palm print, triggering a violent energy. However, Gu Xiong's palm print was too powerful. The abundant energy burst out and shattered Lu Ming's spear ray. Even the 9 icy chains were shattered. However, the icy chains were only a secret technique. They could be reformed after being shattered. Bang! Lu Ming was struck by the palm print and slammed heavily onto the ground. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Many of his bones were broken. He was severely injured from the attack. Not dead. Gu Xiong was slightly startled. Although the attack was just a casual attack, it was still effective against a first-layer true god. He was extremely surprised. Chapter 2782. Patriarch, don't kill him. It's too easy on him if you kill him directly. I want to throw him into the array and watch him die a miserable death. The great elder called out with a ferocious look in his eyes. Because of Lu Ming, his son had died in the array and his flesh and blood had been melted. He wanted Lu Ming to die in the array as well. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. All right, let's send him into the Great Formation then. Gu Xiong nodded. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force gushed out. With a push from this force, Lu Ming flew directly into the array. Back again. Lu Ming was speechless. He gathered his god force to resist the blood-red mist outside. However, due to the great battle outside, no one was controlling the array. The array's operation was slower and the mist was not dense. Therefore, the number of ancient god descendants who died was not high. After sending Lu Ming into the array, Gu Xiong attacked the others. In front of Gu Xiong, the others were unable to resist at all. They were all suppressed by Gu Xiong and sent into the array. Since they wanted to resist him, he would turn them into blood to nourish the ancient god flower and fulfill his ancient god heart. The people Gu Bo had brought with him were wiped out. Gu Xing was controlled by Gu Bo and could not move. Her face was filled with disappointment and anxiety. At this moment, Gu Bo himself was in great danger. He was no match for two experts at the same level as him. He was injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. Gu Bo, let's go in together. Gu Xiong said coldly and attacked Gu Bo personally. Gu Bo was already no match for Gu Xiong, and with Gu Xiong, it was even harder for him to resist. In just a few moves, he was struck by Gu Xiong and suffered heavy injuries. Bang! Bang! Gu Xiong and Gu Ling attacked Gu Bo from the front and back. Gu Bo's divine body almost exploded and his injuries worsened. He no longer had the strength to fight back. Gu Bo, go in. Gu Xiong said coldly. Boundless God Force suppressed Gu Bo and sent him into the array. In this way, Gu Bo and the others were annihilated. Grandpa Gu Bo, father, don't! Gu Xing screamed. Shut up. What I'm doing is a major matter of reviving the descendants of the ancient gods. What do you know? Gu Xiong shouted coldly. With a flash of his body, he returned to the altar. Continue operating the formation. Gu Xiong ordered. Activate the formation. The first elder and the others appeared on the cliffs in the 8 directions, controlling the formation. Within the formation, dazzling runes filled the air, and the blood-red mist rapidly increased. More and more descendants of the ancient gods began to fall. Ah, Gu Xiong, you'll die a horrible death. You've lost your mind for your own selfish reasons. Many of the ancient gods' descendants cursed. However, Gu Xiong's expression was calm and unmoved. As the descendants of the ancient gods continued to fall, their flesh and blood seeped into the ground and were absorbed by the ancient god flower. The ancient god flower became even more alluring and plump. The ancient god flowers that covered the whole mountain emitted a rich fragrance. It's time. A look of anticipation flashed across Gu Xiong's eyes. His hands quickly formed seals as runes entered the altar beneath his feet. The altar emitted a resplendent radiance as runes extended out like tentacles, fusing with the entire array. Wang. At this moment, the entire 8 valleys converged and all the ancient god flowers emitted wisps of blood-red energy. They were like blood-red threads that converged towards Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong was instantly surrounded by a layer of blood-red energy. It's coming, it's coming. Ha ha ha, I'm going to condense the heart of the ancient god. Gu Xiong was ecstatic. They were called descendants of the ancient gods, but in fact, the ancient god bloodline in their bodies was extremely thin, and their potential was very limited. However, once they condensed the heart of the ancient god, it would be different. Their potential would be limitless and their future growth would be astonishing. Sigh, it's still hard to stop it. Gu Bo sighed helplessly. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. No, the heavens are on your side, kid. At this moment, Gu Mo was laughing in his sea of consciousness. He was extremely excited. Now that it's over, you're still laughing so happily. Lu Ming was speechless. Nonsense. Brat, your great opportunity has arrived. Gu Mo laughed. Opportunity? What opportunity? Lu Ming asked. Those idiots. If they killed you outside the formation, I wouldn't be able to do anything, but they thought they were smart and sent you into the formation. Then I have a way. Gu Mo laughed. What way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Don't you have the quantifier formula? Let the quantifier formula compete with the clan leader for the energy of the ancient god flower, and attract all the energy of the ancient god flower. I have a way to make the energy belong to you, and help you condense the heart of the ancient god. Gu Mo said. That works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It should work. I can attract all the energy outside. The voice of the quantifier formula sounded. Then won't all these people of the ancient god clan die? Lu Ming frowned. No need. As long as the quantifier formula absorbs the energy outside and competes with the clan leader, the clan leader will suffer a backlash and the formation will stop. Don't worry. In fact, the energy of the ancient god flower is enough to condense the heart of the ancient god. It's just that the clan leader is too greedy, Guemo said. Well, there's no time to lose. Let's get started, Lu Ming said hurriedly. Watch me. The quantifier formula gave out a dazzling light. Even Lu Ming's glabella was filled with a layer of light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A terrifying attractive force was generated. The energy that was gathering toward Gu Xiong suddenly changed direction and gathered toward Lu Ming. All of them poured into Lu Ming's glabella and entered the quantifier formula. However, it was not refined this time. After the quantifier formula, it immediately spread out and poured into Lu Ming's body. Condense. Guemo made a move. He condensed a magical seal and guided the energy to gather toward Lu Ming's heart. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, Gu Xiong roared angrily. The energy of the ancient god flower kept gathering toward him. He had a feeling that the heart of the ancient god would be condensed soon. However, all of a sudden, the energy outside changed its direction and converged toward Lu Ming. What frightened him was that he had merged with the formation at this moment. He had no control over his body. The energy he had absorbed just now, and even his own energy, kept pouring out and rushing toward Lu Ming. This kid, damn it, stop it! Gu Xiong roared angrily. What's going on? The others were also baffled, unable to make heads or tails of it. Absorb, I'll absorb. The quantifier formula worked hard to absorb the energy outside. The energy in the ancient god flower kept gathering toward Lu Ming, including Gu Xiong's. Chapter 2783. Gu Xiong suffered a backlash. The blood-colored mist in the formation did not continue to become denser. Instead, it slowly thinned. Damn it, little bastard, what did you do? Stop it. Stop it. Gu Xiong roared crazily. He was going crazy. Originally, the energy he absorbed from the ancient god flower had all been absorbed by Lu Ming. Even his own energy, blood essence, and blood had turned into wisps of blood qi and were absorbed by Lu Ming. His essence qi was being severely depleted, and his body was rapidly shriveling. This made him extremely terrified. At this moment, there was a scarlet light shining in Lu Ming's heart. From the measure character formula, energy was constantly flowing and gathering in his heart. Lu Ming was about to condense the ancient god heart. On the ground, the ancient god flowers that covered the mountains and plains were also shriveling. This is a backlash. Gu Bo's eyes lit up, as if he had seen something. He was very surprised. This way, at least the descendants of the ancient god race would not have to be buried with him. Close the formation. Quickly close the formation. Gu Xiong roared. The Great Elder and the others quickly closed the formation. The formation's light barrier disappeared, and the blood-colored mist also disappeared. However, Gu Xiong did not obtain freedom. He was completely restrained, fused with the formation. As long as the measure character formula did not let go, he would not obtain freedom. Damn it, kill that kid. Gu Xiong roared. Kill. The Great Elder and the others charged towards Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Everyone, attack together, stop them. Gu Bo roared. Attack. The formation disappeared, and those who were originally trapped in the formation could naturally attack. They furiously attacked the Great Elder and the others. They had a lot of people, and all of them attacked together, blocking the attacks of the Great Elder and the others. Kill. Gu Xiong and Gu Ling were controlled, and they completely obeyed Gu Xiong's orders. They also charged towards Lu Ming. Stop the two of them together. Gu Bo mustered up his remaining strength, and led a few heavenly god realm elders to attack Gu Xiong and Gu Ling. Both sides began a great battle. Although Gu Bo and the others were at a disadvantage, they managed to delay their movements. What are you doing? Gu Bo, you're treacherous. I'm going to lead the descendants of the ancient gods to glory. Why are you stopping me? You're treacherous and betraying your ancestors. Gu Xiong cursed like a mad dog. Gu Xiong, you've already gone completely insane. For your own selfish reasons, you're willing to sacrifice so many of our clansmen to fulfill your wish. You're the one who's rebelling. You're the one who's betraying your ancestors. Gu Bo shouted coldly. But Gu Xiong did not seem to hear it, and just kept cursing. At that moment, his body had already shriveled up. He had turned into a bag of bones, resembling a skeleton. His essence chi and essence blood had almost been completely absorbed. Even if the quantifying character formula stopped now, he was already a cripple. This was because the divine flame in his body had been completely extinguished. At the same time, the ancient divine flowers all over the mountain also completely withered. All the energy was absorbed by the quantifying formula and poured into Lu Ming's body. Heart of the ancient god condense. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, Guemo shouted loudly. Lu Ming's heart had completely changed. It was filled with a dazzling red color, and was also filled with boundless energy, beating nonstop. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a surge of extremely pure qi and blood gushed out from his heart. In an instant, it seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's divine body was rapidly transforming and improving at a shocking speed. The heart of the ancient god was successfully condensed. Roar. The moment the heart of the ancient god was successfully condensed, Lu Ming seemed to hear a loud roar coming from his heart as if it came from ancient times. It was as if he was looking at an incomparably huge ancient god rampaging through the universe. With a single punch, it could cause a planet to explode. At that moment, not only was Lu Ming's divine body improving rapidly, but even his cultivation was also rapidly improving. He was approaching the peak of the first-level true god realm at a shocking speed. Soon his cultivation reached the peak of the first-level true god realm. Boom! A rumble erupted from his body. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the second-level true god realm. Furthermore, he was rapidly charging towards the peak of the second-level true god realm. Why? On the altar, Gu Xiong let out a miserable scream. He knew that he had been completely defeated. He had already become a cripple, his breath hanging by a thread. The moment Gu Xiong was crippled, Gu Shang and Gu Ling's bodies shook violently and suddenly stopped. Originally, their eyes were blank, but at this moment intelligence appeared. Gu Bo, stop! Gu Shang roared loudly. Gu Bo stopped and said joyfully, Gu Shang, you've recovered? I've recovered. Gu Shang nodded. His gaze swept the surroundings and he sighed. Fortunately, I almost made a big mistake. Gu Xiong and Gu Luo. Gu Ling's gaze swept over the first elder and the rest extremely coldly. Her figure moved, rushing towards the first elder and smashing a palm down. Not good. The first elder was alarmed and hastily blocked, but how could he be Gu Ling's opponent? He was directly suppressed by a palm, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Gu Bo, Gu Shang, and the rest also charged over. The people following Gu Xiong were instantly suppressed. Why is it like this? The first elder was at a loss. In the end, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was blood red, and a wave of majesty was emitting from him. This majesty made all the ancient god descendants feel apprehensive. This was a suppression of bloodline. This meant that Lu Ming's bloodline was much denser than theirs. The ancient god's heart, he actually condensed the ancient god's heart. Gu Shang muttered to himself, filled with shock. It really is the ancient god's heart. I really didn't expect that after Gu Xiong's scheming, it would end up being a wedding dress for someone else's disciple, said Gu Bo with a smile. However, this kind of ending was already the best ending. The crisis of the ancient god descendants had finally passed. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura slowly stabilized, and the energy fluctuation on his body also disappeared. What a pity, I was just a little bit away from reaching the third-level true god realm. Lu Ming sighed. His cultivation was now at the peak second-level true god realm. Kid, you're still not satisfied after obtaining such a great opportunity. Most of the ancient god flower's energy was used to condense the ancient god's heart. Your cultivation has only increased a little. Moreover, your divine body has also improved by several times. You should be satisfied. Gu Mo said. Senior, what's the use of the ancient god's heart? Lu Ming asked. Condensing the ancient god's heart has already allowed you to possess a dense ancient god bloodline. The ancient god's heart will automatically absorb external energy to strengthen your divine body. In the future, even if you don't cultivate, your divine body will continue to grow stronger. Do you understand? Guemo said. You can grow stronger without cultivating? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This ability was really heaven-defying. Chapter 2784. After knowing the function of the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming's heart was burning. If his divine body continued to strengthen, would he become as strong as the ancient god in the future? Brat, I have another piece of good news for you. Just now, I was constantly absorbing energy. There's still a lot of energy left in my body. Once I've refined it, I'll transfer it to you. Your cultivation will increase by another level. The quantifying formula said. Really? Lu Ming was about to laugh out loud. This time, although the process was very dangerous, the harvest was also very shocking. His cultivation had increased to the second level of true God realm, and he had condensed the ancient god's heart. His divine body was also several times stronger than before. With the current strength of his divine body, it was enough for him to cultivate the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times. What a great reward! After calming himself down, Lu Ming looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Great Elder. At this moment, the Great Elder was staring at Lu Ming with hatred. You don't have to look at me like that. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you didn't want to send me into the array, I wouldn't have been able to condense the ancient god's heart. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Great Elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Previously, Gu Xiong wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was the one who wanted to send Lu Ming into the array. He didn't expect that he would help Lu Ming and ruin their plan. Gu Xiong almost died from anger. He regretted not killing Lu Ming. If he had killed Lu Ming, it would have been great. He would have been the one to condense the ancient god's heart. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was too late to regret now. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The place where the 8 valleys converged, along with the 8 valleys, suddenly trembled violently, and the earth shook violently. The ancient god flowers that covered the mountains had already withered. At this moment, the ancient god flowers turned into ashes and dissipated. However, the ground emitted a dazzling light. What's going on? What's going on? Many of the descendants of the ancient gods began to shout. Even Gu Xiong, Gu Bo, and the others were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. The trembling of the ground grew stronger, and the glow on the ground grew brighter. In fact, an incomparably terrifying aura burst out. It was filled with an ancient and majestic aura. The crowd felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Some of them even felt like vomiting blood. Retreat! Gu Bo roared and ordered the descendants of the ancient gods to retreat. Only after retreating far away did the pressure lessen. Senior Gu Bo, what's going on? Lu Ming stood beside Gu Bo and asked curiously. I don't know. The 8 Valleys Convergence Ground is a sacred place for the descendants of the ancient gods. Throughout history, they have always offered sacrifices to their ancestors here. However, this has never happened before. Gu Bo frowned. He had lived for a long time, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Boom. Boom. The 8 Valleys Convergence Ground shook more and more violently. In the end, a huge beam of light shot up to the sky. Originally, there was a mysterious formation around the ancient god's mountain that shrouded it. This was also the reason why the ancient god's mountain could not be found by outsiders. However, at this moment, the beam of light shot up to the sky and broke the formation that shrouded the ancient god's mountain. Once the formation was broken, the ancient god's mountain was exposed. As for the light barrier, it shot straight into outer space. The beam of light was too bright. Even those standing on another planet outside the ancient god planet could see the beam of light, let alone the ancient god planet itself. At least half of the people on the ancient god planet saw the beam of light. Countless people looked in its direction. What is that? What a terrifying movement. Could it be that a peerless treasure has appeared? Let's go and have a look. In a flash, many people rushed towards the direction of the ancient god's mountain. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. This was because at the Light Valley Convergence Ground, a huge door slowly appeared. It was a huge bronze door that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It stood between heaven and earth, and there were ancient deities carved on it. Could this be the legendary ancient god door? Gubo seemed to have thought of something and roared in shock. His old body was trembling with excitement. Ancient God Door. It must be the Ancient God Door. According to the legends, it is the Ancient God Door that leads to the Ancient God World. I didn't expect the Ancient God Door to be hidden in the 8 Valleys Convergence ground. Gu Shang and Gu Ling also shouted in excitement. Their eyes shone with a burning light. There was an ancient legend among the descendants of the ancient gods. According to the legend, the Ancient God Door led to the Ancient God World. If one had the chance to enter the Ancient God World, he would have the chance to become an ancient god and be invincible. How could they not be moved? The Ancient God Door that leads to the Ancient God World? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard it. When the Ancient God Door appeared, it stood between heaven and earth, emitting a dazzling light. The Ancient God Door was made up of 2 bronze doors that were tightly shut. However, as time passed, the light on the Ancient God Door dimmed. In the end, the light disappeared, leaving only the bronze doors standing between heaven and earth. That vast oppressive aura also disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Gu Bo, Gu Shang, Gu Ling, and the others could not stay calm. They rushed towards the Ancient God Door. The other descendants of the ancient gods followed closely behind, leaving only a few people to guard the first elder and the others. Crack! Crack! At this moment, Qiu, who had been in the form of a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, turned into a round ball and floated in the air. A pair of eyes appeared on its eyeballs, staring at the Ancient God Door. Its big mouth opened and closed in excitement. Little guy, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming was curious. Crack! Crack! Qiu's big mouth opened and closed continuously. Its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at the Ancient God Door. You can't be thinking of eating that bronze door, right? Lu Ming speechlessly asked. He hadn't expected Qiu to repeatedly nod. Lu Ming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Little guy, don't act rashly. Lu Ming softly warned as he flew towards the Ancient God Door with Qiu. Gu Bo and the others had already landed below the Ancient God Door. The Ancient God Door was too big. It was tens of thousands of meters tall and several thousand meters wide. When they stood below it, they were as small as ants. Gu Bo and the others tried to push the Ancient God Door, wanting to open it. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Ancient God Door didn't budge. In the end, almost all the descendants of the ancient gods joined hands to push the Ancient God Door, but the result didn't change at all. Lu Ming also joined in, but it was also useless. Little guy, don't waste your time. This door is incomparably ancient and heavy. Moreover, there's a grand formation inscribed on it. You won't be able to open it, said Guemo. Chapter 2785. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He retreated a distance and did not continue to attack. Qiu tried to rush out several times, but was stopped by Lu Ming. After all, there were so many descendants of the ancient gods present, and he was afraid that Qiu would cause a ruckus. Gu Bo and the rest tried all kinds of methods but to no avail. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, there were rays of light flying over from afar. It was as though there was a meteor shower in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. The rest of the people on the ancient god planet had finally arrived. Is this the ancient god's mountain? Didn't our territorial master go to look for the ancient god's mountain? Why did the ancient god's mountain appear on its own? What a big door. What's that? Let's go and take a look. One by one, they flew towards the ancient god's mountain and the bronze door. Get lost! Gu Bo shouted angrily. The aura of the heavenly god realm spread out and shocked these people, and they retreated. The ancient god planet was occupied by the territorial masters. The highest cultivation level of the territorial masters was peak true god, and most of them had fallen in the ancient god's mountain. Among these people, the highest cultivation level was not higher than rank 6 true god. Under the pressure of Gu Bo's aura, they naturally did not dare to act rashly. However, as time passed, more and more people came. The sky was densely packed and the number was immeasurable. Gu Bo sighed. With so many people, even if his cultivation level was high, he could not suppress them. Moreover, the news would spread quickly. When the major forces of the Qin Tian star field arrived, they would be even more powerless. In fact, the news had already spread. On the ancient god planet, there were not only natives but also disciples from the Qin Tian 13 sects like Lu Ming who had come to the ancient god planet to gain experience. They had already spread the news of the changes in the ancient god planet and the bronze door. Elder, what should we do now? Someone asked Gubo and the rest. Now that the ancient god's mountain had been completely occupied by others, there were people everywhere, and they could no longer suppress the situation. Let's leave this place and find another place to stay. This place is no longer suitable for living. Gubo sighed helplessly. The other ancient god descendants were also helpless. However, they knew that this place wasn't suitable for living. When the powerful forces of the Qin Tian star field arrived, they wouldn't be able to protect the ancient god's mountain. If they weren't careful, they might even be exterminated. Let's go, little friend Lu Ming. We're leaving. Take care of yourself. Gubo cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. Take care. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, let's meet again if we have the chance. Gu Xing also came over to say goodbye. Although Lu Ming had brought Gu Xiong to the brink of death, Gu Xing didn't blame Lu Ming. She knew that Gu Xiong had only himself to blame for all of this. Not to mention, Lu Ming had saved most of the ancient god's descendants. Take care. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After that, the descendants of the ancient gods all left and disappeared into the horizon. As soon as the ancient god descendants left, the crowd immediately flew towards the ancient god gate, wanting to open it. Of course, the ancient god gate wasn't something that could be opened with a large number of people. The crowd couldn't open it even after expending a tremendous amount of effort. At this time, Lu Ming also quietly approached the ancient god gate. Little guy, do whatever you want, but be careful. Lu Ming warned Qiuqiu. Crack. Qiuqiu darted out, opened its mouth wide, and actually bit down on the bronze door. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he watched nervously. Creak. Creak. Qiuqiu fiercely bit on the bronze gate, letting out an ear-piercing sound. Boom. The gate shuddered violently as a terrifying aura burst out from it. Oh, what's going on? Nestle. Many people were directly sent flying by this pressure. Not good. Lu Ming's expression also changed. Qiuqiu bit down even harder, biting with all its might. Its sharp teeth actually managed to bite into the bronze door. Creak. At this time, strands of lightning spread out from the bronze gate, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Not good. Qiuqiu, quickly retreat. Lu Ming hurriedly shouted. Because those strands of lightning were spreading towards Qiuqiu. Crack. Qiuqiu exerted all its strength and bit off a small piece of bronze. It then frantically retreated, but it was already too late. A strand of lightning struck Qiuqiu's body, and Qiuqiu was directly sent flying. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming was greatly alarmed, and chased in the direction that Qiuqiu was sent flying. He saw Qiuqiu heavily smashing into the ground, and no longer moving. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly, and he hurriedly ran over, only to find that Qiuqiu's body was completely black, as if it had been burnt. Lu Ming's heart sank. But in the next moment, Qiuqiu's round body rolled twice, and that big mouth appeared again, and crunched a few times. This guy was fine. Lu Ming was relieved. This guy, you're willing to throw away your life for food. Lu Ming picked up Qiuqiu and scolded with a smile. Qiuqiu turned into a bracelet and wrapped itself around Lu Ming's wrist. Its aura was very weak, and Qiuqiu had indeed been heavily injured after being struck by the bronze gate's lightning. Let's leave first. Lu Ming thought to himself, because there were already quite a few people looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he left the ancient god's mountain, arriving at a large mountain more than 100,000 miles away to observe the changes in the ancient god's mountain. More and more people gathered around the ancient god's mountain. A few days later, a big shot indeed arrived. The Qin Heavenly 13 sects was the closest sect, and a terrifying figure had arrived. This person was shrouded in divine light, and emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure. Everyone was suppressed by this pressure, and they all frantically retreated, leaving the bronze gate. That figure stood alone in front of the bronze gate. Boom. That figure suddenly made his move. A terrifying divine light blasted towards the bronze gate, wanting to blast it open. Boom. Above the bronze gate, there was a violent explosion, but after the explosion, the bronze gate still didn't budge. "Open for me," that figure shouted loudly. His aura was like a rainbow, and his divine power burned like flames. An even more terrifying aura erupted. Many people's bodies shook, and they vomited blood. They were almost crushed to death. "Retreat, retreat. Quickly retreat." Countless people frantically retreated, terrified. What a terrifying aura. Even though he was more than 100,000 miles away, Lu Ming could feel an incomparably terrifying pressure pressing down on him. He could only retreat 100,000 miles before he felt better. "Kid, that's a divine king," Guemo said indifferently. "It's really a divine king." Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen a divine king make a move. The power was truly earth-shattering, and it was incomparably terrifying. If a heavenly god was an expert of the Qin heavenly star field, then a divine king was definitely an overlord of the Qin heavenly star field. Chapter 2786. A god king was much stronger than a heavenly god. When a god king raged, a planet would explode. Legend had it that a battle between multiple god kings could even destroy a massive planet with life. One could imagine how terrifying a god king was. Countless people stood in the distant void, watching the ancient god mountain from afar. Boom. That divine king attacked again, bombarding the bronze gate. Rumble. The bronze gate emitted a dazzling light, blocking the god king's attack. However, it also caused a terrifying tremor. Lu Ming and the others stood in the void, watching the ground of the ancient god planet tremble. Cracks even appeared on the ground, spreading into the distance. Countless people were shocked by the power of the god king. They instinctively retreated a distance, watching from afar. Boom. Boom. That god king kept retreating, but it was useless. He couldn't open the bronze gate. The bronze gate even emitted bolts of lightning that were as thick as mountains. They struck the god king, forcing him to retreat. What terrifying power! Seeing the power of the lightning, Lu Ming felt a lingering fear. The lightning that attacked Qiuqiu before didn't even have 1/10,000th of this power. Otherwise, no matter how strong Qiuqiu's vitality was, it would only end up turning into ashes. "It seems like you can't do it alone." A voice came from the distant starry sky. When this voice first sounded, it was still in the starry sky outside the atmosphere of the ancient god planet. However, when the voice faded, a figure appeared near that god king. The aura that this figure emitted was also terrifying. Without a doubt, this was also a god king expert. "You might not be able to open it." The god king snorted. "You'll know if you try," the god king behind him said coldly, and also attacked the ancient god gate. Terrifying tremors erupted, but the result was the same as before. The god kings behind him couldn't open the ancient god gate. As time passed, more and more experts descended upon this place. The important figures of the Qin Heavenly 13 sects arrived one after another. Even god kings kept arriving. Later on, the important figures of the three overlords and the Kongxian school's sects all sent god kings. Later on, even the Ice Soul race and the Scarlet Flame race sent important figures. Clearly, the appearance of the ancient god sect had completely alarmed the Qin Tian starfield. However, even with so many forces and so many experts, after many attempts, they still could not break open the door of the ancient god and enter the world behind it. There's a grand formation here. Only experts proficient in grand formations can open it. A god king spoke. Soon after, the news spread, and the experts from the Qin Tian starfield who were proficient in formations also rushed over. This formation is very complicated. It will take at least several decades to over 100 years to break it open. Finally, a formation master came to a conclusion. It still needs so many years. It seems that it will be impossible to open the bronze gate in a short period of time. I thought there would be a good show to watch. Let's come again in the future. Many people shook their heads and left the ancient god planet. It's time for me to leave. This trip can be considered a complete success. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then he left the ancient god planet and headed for the Kongxian school. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the Kongxian school. By now, the news of the ancient god planet had spread throughout the Qin Tian starfield. Many people in the Kongxian school were discussing this matter. However, as time passed, the door still did not open, and the popularity slowly died down. In the Kongxian school, the discussion was more about the inter-sect grand competition. There were many outer and inner disciples in the Kongxian school. Therefore, the inter-sect grand competition would be held every once in a while. As long as one showed off their skills in the inter-sect grand competition, not only would they be famous, but they would also be rewarded handsomely. The inter-sect grand competition would be held in 3 years. Many people were already rubbing their palms together, eager to give it a try. However, Lu Ming was not interested in it at all. During this trip to the ancient god planet, a large group of territorial lords had died at his hands. Their storage rings had all fallen into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming had obtained a large number of treasures and divine gems. Therefore, Lu Ming did not care about the rewards of the inter-sect grand competition. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. When he returned to his courtyard, he did not see Autumn Moon. Lu Ming guessed that Autumn Moon must be cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower, or some other place. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the courtyard, quietly comprehending the battle character formula. Now that his divine body had improved by several times, the battle character formula could increase his combat strength by 4 times. He could already cultivate. As expected, once his divine body improved, his comprehension of the battle character formula came naturally. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully broke through the bottleneck and cultivated his combat strength by 4 times. Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a strong battle intent. His body contained a terrifying amount of energy. 4 times combat strength. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Right now, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 2nd level of the true god realm. If he could increase his combat strength by 4 times, he would definitely be able to defeat or even kill an opponent like Lu Zhong. Unfortunately, the chance of triggering 4 times combat strength is still not high. Lu Ming pondered. After his breakthrough, Lu Ming had researched it and found that the chance of triggering 4 times combat strength was only a few tens of %. He would need to trigger it dozens of times before he could succeed. However, Lu Ming was filled with confidence. As his comprehension of the battle character formula deepened, the chance of triggering 4 times combat strength would naturally increase. It would be the same as 2 times or 3 times combat strength, reaching 100% success rate. Someone's coming. Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Suddenly his expression changed. He sensed that someone was flying toward his courtyard. Lu Ming opened the courtyard's door and walked out. He saw 5 figures flying over. Wu Zifeng, Yu Linglong. 2 of them were Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. As for Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong, there were 3 other people that Lu Ming did not recognize. Among the 3, there was clearly a young woman leading them. This woman was extremely beautiful. She could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. This woman, Lu Ming's heart shook. This woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Yu Xian's. Behind the woman were 2 young men. They were like flower escorts, protecting the young woman. Lu Ming, you finally returned from outside. Yu Linglong smiled and asked. I just returned. Do you need something from me? Lu Ming smiled. My cousin is looking for you. So when we heard that you've returned, we came to find you. Yu Linglong smiled. Your cousin? Lu Ming looked at the young woman. Unfathomable. This was Lu Ming's first impression of this young woman. This young woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming was completely unable to see through her. Come, let me introduce you. This is my expression, Ouyang Qingxiang. She is my aunt Yu Xian's daughter. Yu Linglong said. She really is Yu Xian's daughter. Lu Ming's heart shook. When he saw Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming felt that she was somewhat similar to Yu Xian. When Yu Linglong said that she was her cousin, Lu Ming had such a guess. Chapter 2787. Let me tell you something else. My cousin is the saintess of the Kongxian school. Yu Linglong smiled. Saintess. This time, Lu Ming was really surprised. The Kongxian school had a total of 5 saints and 2 saintesses, all of whom were qualified to compete for the position of the patriarch. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qingxiang in front of him was one of the 2 saintesses. Saintess Ouyang, it's an honor to meet you. Lu Ming clasped his fist and greeted. I've also heard of your name, Lu Ming. You entered the Kongxian school as the first place in the Qintian 13 sex assessment. When you entered the Kongxian school, your cultivation was only at the demigod realm. However, in just a few decades, you stepped into the true god realm and became an inner disciple. This cultivation speed is really shocking. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled. I was just lucky, just lucky. Lu Ming said a few modest words and changed the topic. I wonder why Saintess Ouyang is looking for me? I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to invite you to join my faction. What do you think? Ouyang Qingxiang said. As expected, Lu Ming curled his lips slightly. Ouyang Qingxiang really came to invite him to join her faction. However, Saintess Ouyang Qingxiang came personally. Her sincerity was not bad. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not plan to join any faction. He also did not want to listen to others' orders. Saintess Ouyang, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't plan to join any faction for the time being. Lu Ming said. Don't want to join? Lu Ming, you have to think about it carefully. Saintess Ouyang was slightly stunned. She obviously did not expect that Lu Ming would reject her personally. That's right. Lu Ming, you have to think about it carefully. My cousin is such a beauty and she's still single. Yu Linglong whispered as she winked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming speechlessly touched his nose and shook his head. Lu Ming appreciates Saintess Ouyang's good intentions, but Lu Ming really doesn't intend to join any faction. Brat, don't be ungrateful. The Holy Maiden has personally come to invite you. She has already given you a lot of face. Yet, you have repeatedly rejected her. You really don't know what you're talking about. That's right. Does this brat not know his situation? Both the Great Heaven faction and Floating Light faction want to kill you. Do you know that our Saintess is inviting you at the risk of falling out with the Great Heaven faction and Floating Light faction? Do you understand? The two youths behind Ouyang Qingxiang couldn't bear it any longer and loudly berated. Both of you shut up. Ouyang Qingxiang scolded, making the two youths shut up obediently. Lu Ming, if you don't want to agree, I won't make things difficult for you. Goodbye. Ouyang Qingxiang cupped her fists and said. Wait. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly called out to Ouyang Qingxiang. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes lit up, thinking that Lu Ming had changed his mind. Saintess Ouyang, although Lu Ming doesn't intend to join your faction, it's still possible if we work together. Lu Ming said. Work together? Ouyang Qingxiang was slightly stunned. That's right. Work together. Let's work together. Lu Ming nodded his head once again. Brat! The two youths behind Ouyang Qingxiang couldn't hold back anymore. One of them shouted. Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to say that you want to work together with the Saintess? Do you really think you're some big shot? That's right. Our Saintess controls a faction with countless experts and countless resources. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to work together with our Saintess? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. The two youths looked at Lu Ming with disdain and contempt. You two, stop talking. Ouyang Qingxiang glanced at the two youths with dissatisfaction. Lu Ming smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with the two youths. He looked at Ouyang Qingxiang and said, Saintess Ouyang, think about it carefully. Lu Ming's expression was calm, full of confidence. Ouyang Qingxiang revealed a pondering look. However, the two youths couldn't take it anymore. Arrogant and conceited. I want to see what qualifications you have to be so confident. What qualifications do you have to talk about working together with the Saintess? One of the youths roared and stepped out. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he raised his hand. Vigorous divine force condensed into a giant hand and pressed down on Lu Ming. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flickered, but she didn't stop him. She also wanted to see how strong Lu Ming was. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng wanted to stop him, but it was too late. 7th level True God Realm. This youth's cultivation was at the 7th level True God Realm. Moreover, he was a genius with great battle strength. A giant hand pressed down on Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming pointed his finger and a gust of finger force, like a spear gleam, attacked the palm print. Puff. The palm was penetrated by the finger force and collapsed. The youth was shocked. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to break his move so easily. Take another move of mine. Divine Horn Dragon Seal. The youth roared and activated a divine skill to the extreme. He blasted it toward Lu Ming with great power. However, the youth's cultivation was at the 7th level True God realm. No matter how strong his battle strength was, it was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. A long spear appeared and swept out. Boom. When the large seal formed by the youth collided with the spear, it emitted a dazzling light. Then it collapsed. The spear didn't stop and pressed down on the youth. Bam! The youth was sent flying by the spear and coughed out blood. This battle strength. Ouyang Qingxiang's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming's battle strength was completely out of her expectations. A 2nd level True God realm could defeat a 7th level True God realm supreme talent. Such battle strength was terrifying. This guy has become even stronger. Even though Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng knew how terrifying Lu Ming was, they couldn't help but sigh. The other youth behind Ouyang Qingxiang was almost scared to death. He stared at Lu Ming with a pale face. Do you want to try? Lu Ming looked at the youth and said coldly. The youth shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. How would he dare to step forward? His battle strength was almost on par with the previous youth. If he went up, he would be defeated by Lu Ming. Amazing, amazing. Brother Lu's battle strength is unparalleled. I have seen many geniuses, but I have never seen a supreme talent like Brother Lu, Ouyang Qingxiang exclaimed. Now, do I have the qualifications to cooperate with the Saintess? Lu Ming smiled. Of course I have the qualifications. If Brother Lu doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? Ouyang Qingxiang said. Although Lu Ming's current strength was strong, it wasn't in Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes. She valued Lu Ming's potential. With Lu Ming's talent, if he grew up he would definitely have a place in the Kongxian school. It wasn't impossible for him to break through the heavenly god realm and become the 8th saint of the Kongxian school. Chapter 2788. However, I'm afraid that some of the supreme talents under your command will not be convinced and will object. Lu Ming said with a smile. R-A-N-E. Nakam, how could that be? Ouyang Qingxiang smiled and turned to look at the two youths. Her face darkened as she said, Why aren't the two of you apologizing to Brother Lu? Her voice was cold, and it naturally emanated a dignified aura. The two young men's expressions were ugly. They lowered their heads and walked toward Lu Ming. They bowed and said, We were blind previously. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to our level. It doesn't matter. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, Saintess Ouyang, let's work together. I believe that you won't regret your decision today. I never regret my actions. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled. They chatted for a while before Ouyang Qingxiang took her leave. Lu Ming, you're getting more and more powerful. We're no match for you now. Yu Linglong pouted. Your cultivations have surprised me as well. Li Chia said with a smile. Lu Ming looked at Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng curiously. Their auras were extremely strong, and they had clearly reached level 4 True God realm. Back in the Yulong Mystery realm, the two of them had just broken through to level 1 True God realm. How many years had it been since then? The two of them had broken through to level 4 True God realm. This cultivation speed was shocking. Lu Ming had the help of the quantifying character formula and a series of fortuitous encounters to reach his current cultivation level. He did not expect that Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's cultivation speed was not any slower than his. Some time ago, Zifeng and I went back to his hometown and underwent devilish cultivation. We thought that we could surpass you. I didn't expect you to be so abnormal. Yu Linglong said helplessly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It seemed that Wu Zifeng's background was really not simple. By the way, Lu Ming, the Kongxian School's intersect competition is about to begin. Are you going to participate? Yu Linglong asked. No, I'm not interested. Lu Ming shook his head. That's a pity. If you were to participate, I reckon everyone would be shocked. Yu Linglong's face was filled with pity. Both sides chatted for a while. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng left. Lu Ming went back to his room and continued to cultivate. The Sky Xian Sect's grand competition could be considered a grand occasion for the Sky Xian Sect, as it was a competition between the 7 holy sons and holy daughters. Every faction had many outer and inner disciples. In the inter-sect competition, whichever faction had the upper hand, and which faction was stronger would play a crucial role in the future development of that faction. Some new disciples would make a choice according to the strength of their faction. It would even affect the views of some of the higher-ups in the sect. It would also have a great impact on the future competition for the position of the sect master. All the major factions attached great importance to it. Therefore, in the past few years, the prodigies of the various factions who went out rushed back to the Kongxian school to strengthen themselves and wait for the inter-sect competition. The Tenho Seiko faction and Fuko Seiko faction also temporarily put Lu Ming's matter aside and focused on preparing for the Kongxian school's inter-sect competition. Lu Ming did not care about what was happening outside. He was focused on cultivating. Time flew by and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The inter-sect competition was about to begin. It was worth mentioning that in these 3 years, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved again and reached the level 3 True God realm. When he was in the Ancient Gods Mountain, Lu Ming had absorbed the energy of countless ancient god flowers and condensed the ancient god's heart. His cultivation had also increased to the peak level 2 True God realm, and was just 1 step away from the level 3 True God realm. After 3 years of cultivation, his cultivation had finally improved a step, and his battle prowess had also increased by a notch. Of course, his divine body was constantly improving under the nourishment of the ancient god's heart. Although the speed was not fast, the effect would be shocking in the long run. The key was that he did not need to spend time cultivating, and would naturally become stronger. This was the terrifying part of the ancient god's heart. At this time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng came to look for Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, are you really not going to participate in the inter-sect competition? Yu Linglong asked again. No, I'm not interested. Lu Ming shook his head. Then let's go and take a look. The experts from the 7 factions will all be there, and many experts on the True God ranking list will participate. It will be very intense. I wasn't even born in the previous inter-sect competition. Yu Linglong said. The Kongxian school's inter-sect competition was not held at a fixed interval. Sometimes it would be 10,000 years, and sometimes it would be hundreds of thousands of years. The last inter-sect competition had been held more than 80,000 years ago. The True God ranking list? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. As the name suggested, the True God ranking was a list of the most powerful people in the True God realm. However, it was completely different from the Empty God ranking list. The Empty God ranking list was a list in the Kongxian school that listed the most powerful Empty God realm experts in the Kongxian school. The True God ranking list was not only limited to the Kongxian school, but also the Qin Tian 13 sects. On the True God ranking list, there were a total of 100 top experts in the True God realm from the Qin Tian 13 sects. Without a doubt, this ranking list had a huge influence in the Qin Tian star zone. Those who could be on the True God ranking list were the top experts in the True God realm. Lu Ming was also curious. How would his current combat strength compare to the top experts in the True God ranking list? Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then he, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong headed in the direction of the inter-sect competition. The inter-sect competition was located in between the outer and inner areas. There was a vast piece of land with a wide view. It was perfect for holding the inter-sect competition. In the middle of the open space, there was a huge fighting ring. At that moment, the fighting ring was surrounded by people. Lu Ming and the rest flew over and blended into the crowd. They did not attract much attention. The Tianhong Saint is here. Suddenly someone called out. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. Lu Ming also looked over curiously. A group of people flew over. The leader was a young man in luxurious clothes. He had a noble aura and a confident smile on his face. It was as if he was in control of everything. The people around him were all elites. They were all supreme talents from the Tenho Seiko faction. Is this the Tianhong Saint? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Le Zhong was from the Tenho Seiko faction. His feud with the Tenho Seiko faction was getting deeper. He felt that he would have to fight with the Tianhong Saint sooner or later. Fuko Seiko is here too. Suddenly someone shouted. Sure enough, another group of people flew over from another direction. The leader was a young man in a white shirt and pants. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked handsome. This person had an extraordinary aura. He was Fukuseiko. The people beside Fukuseiko were all supreme talents. Lu Ming saw Huang Wen among them. Chapter 2789. The Tenho Seiko faction and Fukuseiko faction faced each other from a distance. Strong battle intent filled the air. Renina, calm. The grand competition hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere was already tense. Cousin is here. Yu Linglong shouted happily. Saintess Qingxiang is here. Then someone shouted. Everyone looked into the distance at the same time, especially the male disciples. Their eyes lit up. A group of people flew over from afar. Most of them were female disciples, and only a few of them were male disciples. Many of the female disciples were outstanding beauties. No wonder many of the male disciples' eyes lit up. The person leading the group was Ouyang Qingxiang. Is that Saintess Qingxiang? She's indeed outstanding. She's so beautiful. She's really a peerless beauty. Many of the outer disciples had never seen Ouyang Qingxiang before, and their eyes lit up at this moment. The saint of Tianhong and Fukuseiko also looked at Ouyang Qingxiang with burning flames in their eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More figures flew over from afar. The other saints and saintesses also arrived one by one. The saint of Jixia led the people from his faction. The Flaming Sky Saint Sun had led the Flaming Sky Saint Sun's faction here. The saintess Xuatan also led the people from her faction. 6 of the 7 saints and saintesses from the Kongxian school arrived quickly. Without a doubt, they were all peerless geniuses with unfathomable strength. There's also the Paragon Saint. I wonder if he will come personally this time? It's hard to say. The Paragon Holy Sun is the strongest among all the Holy Sons. The Paragon Holy Sons faction is also the strongest among all the Holy Sons. The Paragon Holy Sun did not appear personally in the previous grand competition. I hope the Paragon Saint will appear personally. He's my idol. Many people were discussing. Among the 7 saints and saintesses from the Kongxian school, the Paragon Saint was undoubtedly the strongest. He was also the one who was most likely to inherit the position of the sect leader in the future. Therefore, the Paragon Saint's faction was also the most powerful. In the previous sect grand competition, the Paragon Saint did not appear, but the Paragon Saint's faction still came out on top, suppressing the factions of the other saints and saintesses. Look, the Paragon Saint's people are here. Someone shouted. A group of people flew over from the north. There were many of them, far more than the other saint sons and saintesses. That is the Paragon Saint? It really is the Paragon Saint. The Paragon Saint has personally appeared. Someone cried out in surprise and excitement. Paragon Saint. Lu Ming's gaze also looked over. A large group of people flew over, but Lu Ming noticed a young man in the middle with a glance. The young man was tall and sturdy. His eyes were like stars, and his face was chiseled like a knife. He was full of dignity and had an aura of supremacy. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that this person must be the Paragon Saint. When the Paragon Saint arrived, the Tianhong Saint Fukuseiko Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' faces became serious, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The people from the Paragon Saint's faction stood at the side and waited silently. After a while, figures flew out from the depths of the inner sect area. The sect leader of the Kongxian school, Longhaoshan, had arrived. Some inner sect elders had also arrived. Now that most of the people have arrived, I announce that the sect grand competition has officially begun. Like the previous competitions, the outer sect disciples will compete on the stage. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Now for the outer sect disciples who have signed up, I will draw lots to decide their opponents. An inner sect elder landed on the stage and announced the rules of the competition. Then he drew lots to start the competition. First, the outer sect disciples would fight, and the fierce battle began. However, Lu Ming was not very interested in the competition between the outer sect disciples. Moreover, there were not many experts who were worthy of his attention. For example, Emo, Feng Yuandao, Feng Luozi, and the others who were in the top 10 of the empty god list had already broken through to the true god realm and entered the inner sect. Currently, there were not many talents in the outer sect. However, many people were still watching the competition seriously, especially those who were from the 7 Holy Sons and Holy Daughters factions. They were looking for the geniuses in the outer sect who had not joined any faction so that they could invite them. The competition between the outer sect disciples lasted for half a month before it ended. Then it was the competition between the inner sect disciples. The competition between the inner sect disciples was the real highlight and attracted the attention of the audience. Of course, not all inner sect disciples were required to participate. The rules stated that only true gods could participate. Those who had reached the heavenly god realm did not need to participate because there were too few of them, and they were too powerful. For the competition between the true gods, all the factions sent their true god realm experts. It was indeed exciting. Lu Ming was also dazzled by the competition. There were different races, different divine skills, and even different secret skills. They were all extraordinarily powerful. However, on the whole, it was still the Supreme Holy Sons faction that dominated the competition. In the end, all the factions sent out their top experts on the True God list. There were only a total of 100 people on the True God list. Divided among the Qin Tian 13 sects, there were less than 10 people in each sect. Moreover, the number of people on the True God list had always been dominated by the 3 overlords. In the Kongxian school, there were a total of 8 people on the True God list. These 8 people were all from the 7 Holy Sons and Holy Daughters factions. The other 6 Holy Sons and Holy Daughters each had 1 person, while the Supreme Holy Sons faction had 2 people. Boom. Boom. In the fighting ring, the 2 top experts on the True God list were fighting fiercely, constantly colliding with each other. The experts on the True God list are indeed powerful. Lu Ming watched carefully and sighed in his heart. The fighting strength of the 2 people in the fighting ring was above Le Zhong's. One should know that Le Zhong had been at the peak of the True God realm for many years. He had cultivated several divine skills to the peak of the 4th stage, and had mastered royal grade divine power. His fighting strength was strong. However, both of them were stronger than Le Zhong. The True God list listed the most powerful people in the True God realm, and it was not just for show. One of them was from the Tenho Seiko faction, while the other was from the Holy Sun Jixia's faction. The 2 of them exchanged a few hundred blows, and in the end, the expert from the Tenho Seiko faction won and defeated his opponent. The Tianhong Saint smiled, while the Holy Sun Jixia's face was gloomy. The competition continued, and it had reached the final stage. It was a clash between the experts on the True God list, and every match was very exciting. After a few more days, the competition finally ended. This time, it was still the Supreme Holy Sons faction that won the first place. In particular, there was one person in the Supreme Holy Sons faction who was extremely powerful. He was ranked 6th on the True God list. Most of the top 10 on the True God list were occupied by the 3 overlords. The fact that he was ranked 6th on the True God list showed how powerful he was. This person was the number 1 expert in the True God realm in the Kongxian school. There was no doubt that the Supreme Holy Sons faction would win the first place. Chapter 2790. The competition has ended. Anen? R-A-N-E-N-A-C-O-M. After this battle, the prestige of the Paragon Saints faction naturally rose to a whole new level. No one could compare to them. The other saints and saintesses looked solemn. If this continued, the Paragon Saint would become the next sect leader. I must obtain that item. That way, I'll be able to contend against the Paragon Saint. The Tianhong Saint clenched his fists. All right, I hereby announce the end of the sect tournament. The Kongxian school's sect leader Long Zhoushan's voice reverberated throughout the area. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, I have another big announcement to make today. There's another big announcement? Many people were taken aback and revealed curious expressions. Most of the inner elders were also curious. Obviously, they did not know what Long Zhoushan was going to announce. Today, I am going to confer a new saint. Long Zhoushan's voice rang out. What? A new holy son? The saint is going to be conferred? This is a big deal. But there hasn't been anyone suitable recently. That's right. The only suitable candidate is the second-in-command of the Paragon Saints faction. Is he going to be independent? Long Joshan's words caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone was guessing who the new saint would be. It was not easy to be promoted to a saint. First, one's cultivation had to be at the heavenly god realm. Moreover, the divine force that one could control had to be at least of the divine grade. Only by meeting these two conditions would one be qualified. Now there was only one person who met these two conditions. That person was the second-in-command of the Paragon Saints faction. This person was also a peerless genius. Back then, he had the chance to be conferred the title of saint. However, he gave up the title and sided with the Paragon Saint. This had caused a huge uproar back then. At the scene, the 7 saints and saintesses narrowed their eyes and frowned. There was going to be an 8th saint. The conferment of a saint was a big deal. It meant that they would be more competitive. Moreover, every new saint would have a huge impact on the current situation. Everyone was guessing who the Holy Son of Dragon Mountain would be. However, they were not confident. Then everyone looked at Long Joshan, waiting for his answer. Long Joshan stood high up in the air, his eyes scanned the surroundings and finally landed on Lu Ming. He shouted, "The Holy Prince that I want to confer the title of Holy Prince is him, Lu Ming." Long Joshan pointed at Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ming. Then, the scene fell into a dead silence. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the new Holy Son of Dragon Mountain would be him. Originally, he was just like everyone else, curious to know who this newly conferred Holy Son was. He didn't expect it to be him. For a moment he couldn't wrap his head around it. "Lu Ming, this is the mission I'm giving you. You must accept the position of Holy Son." Lu Ming heard the voice of Longhausen. What the hell is this old man doing? Lu Ming finally calmed down, his mind racing. He didn't think that Long Joshan had good intentions. This old man had cast the nether dragon blood curse in his body. He definitely didn't have good intentions. "Lu Ming, you've become a Holy Son." "Awesome. Awesome, brother." Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were also dumbfounded. They couldn't come to their senses for a long time. "It's him. The Holy Son that the sect master wants to confer is him?" Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. "The point is, who is he?" "That's right. I've never seen him before." Many people exclaimed. After all, Lu Ming had only joined the Kongxian school for a few decades. Many people had been in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. Most people had never seen Lu Ming before. "It's him. I know him. He just joined the school a few decades ago." "What? He was conferred the Holy Son when he just joined the school a few decades ago? You must be kidding." "Shu, lower your voice. Be careful not to let the sect master hear you." "But this lad, how is he qualified to be a Holy Son?" There was an uproar at the scene. Lu Ming, who had just joined the school a few decades ago, was actually conferred the title of Holy Son. What was going on? "It's this lad, the Tianhong Holy Son, Fuko Seiko," and the rest looked at Lu Ming like swords. "Sect master, I don't think this is appropriate." At this moment, an elder walked out and cupped his fists at Longhausen. "What's wrong?" Longhausen said lightly. "Lu Ming has just joined the school a few decades ago. His current cultivation level has only broken through to the true God realm not long ago. No matter how you look at it, he's not qualified to be conferred the title of Holy Son." The elder said. This elder was an inner sect elder, and Ing Song's master. He belonged to the Tenho Seiko faction. Ing Song, who was ranked 4th on the empty god list, had been secretly taken in as a disciple by this elder. Later on, he was killed by Lu Ming in the Nether Dragon secret territory. Ing Song had always hated Lu Ming. Since Longhausen wanted to confer the title of Holy Son to Lu Ming, he naturally had to step out to oppose it. "That's right, sect master. This must not be done." Following that, a few inner sect elders stepped out to oppose it. Obviously, these inner sect elders belonged to the various factions of the Holy Sons and Holy Daughters. "Are you doubting me?" Longhausen said lightly, but there was a terrifying majesty in his voice. A few inner sect elders jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "We're not doubting you, sect master. It's just that the conferment of a Holy Son is a big matter. Sect master, You must consider it carefully. That's right, sect master. The holy sons and holy daughters are all peerless geniuses. Not everyone is suitable and qualified. The Tianhong holy son stepped out and bowed to Longhausen. Tianhong is right. To be a holy son, one must first fulfill two conditions. First, one must possess holy divine power. Second, one must be a heavenly god. This Lu Ming is only a true god. How can he be qualified to be a holy son? Sect master, please retract your decision. Fuko Seiko stepped out and cupped her fists. Longhausen furrowed his brows. The Kongxian school's holy sons and holy daughters had a higher status than the inner sect elders. The holy sons and holy daughters were all peerless geniuses. If there were no accidents, they would enter the God King realm in the future and become the overlord of a region. Their words carried more weight than the inner sect elders. Following that, the holy son of Jixia, the holy son of Yan Kong, and the holy daughter of Xuetan all spoke up to persuade Longhausen to retract his decision. Among the 7 holy sons and holy daughters, only 2 of them remained silent. One of them was the paragon holy son. He only looked at Lu Ming curiously. Light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. As for Ouyang Qingxiang, she naturally would not say anything. She and Lu Ming were partners. If Lu Ming could become a holy son, it would be of great help to her. She even hoped that Lu Ming would become a holy son. Chapter 2791. Lu Ming watched quietly, not saying a word. He was pondering over Long Zhoushan's motive. Was Long Zhoushan trying to push him to the heart of the struggle, giving him pressure so that he could improve faster and do things for him? Lu Ming felt that this was the most likely reason. Are you all doubting this seat's foresight? Long Zhoushan said indifferently, his voice cold. Big Sky's holy son, Fuko Seiko, and the rest did not say anything, but their expressions said it all. They objected. All right, since that's the case, this seat will give you all a chance. Long Zhoushan's gaze turned sharp as he said, all of you can send out true God realm experts to challenge Lu Ming. If any of you can defeat Lu Ming, this seat will retract my order and cancel the conferment. If no true God realm expert can defeat Lu Ming, then Lu Ming will become the new holy prince. Do you all have any objections? Long Zhoushan's words shocked many people. All of the true God realm experts from the various factions could challenge Lu Ming. If they won, Lu Ming would not be able to become the holy prince. What is this Lu Ming's cultivation? Someone quickly asked. I saw it, he's a 3rd stage true God realm expert. Someone spoke. Those with higher cultivation than Lu Ming could see Lu Ming's cultivation with a single glance. What a 3rd stage true God realm expert. His cultivation is so low, any true God realm expert can defeat him. Yes, strange, why did the sect leader raise such a condition? This Lu Ming definitely won't be able to win. Strange. Many people were puzzled. Long Zhoushan seemed to want to confer the title of Holy Prince to Lu Ming, but raising such a condition meant that he didn't want Lu Ming to be the Holy Prince. No one thought that a 3rd stage true God realm expert could defeat the true God realm experts from the 7 factions. What a joke, a 3rd stage true God realm expert was just a low-level true God realm expert. How could he compete with the mid-level and high-level true gods? Especially the experts from the 7 factions. Those existences could pinch Lu Ming to death with one finger. There was no comparison at all. The Big Sky's holy son, Fuko Seiko, and the others' eyes lit up. Although they knew that Lu Ming's combat power was strong, there was a limit to his combat power. It was impossible for him to be a match for those high-level real gods. In their eyes, Long Zhoushan was giving them a way out. Zhoushan's suggestion. Me too. The Great Sky Hong Saint Sun and the Floating Light Saint Sun immediately expressed their stance. Following that, the other saints and saintesses agreed one after another. Longhausen's gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming said loudly. Since it had come to this point, it was obvious that Long Zhoushan wanted him to accept the Holy Son's position. Lu Ming wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Nestle, this guy really dares to accept the challenge. He's not afraid of death. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be tortured. There's a good show to watch. Many people sneered, waiting to watch a good show. Lu Ming, do your best. I hope you can be promoted to the Holy Sun position. Yu Linglong waved her fist and cheered for Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you can do it. Wu Zifeng also patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Previously, they had seen Lu Ming suppress Ouyang Qingxiang's two subordinates. His combat power was extremely strong. If Lu Ming were to strike, he might have a chance of winning. Sect leader, can we fight to the death? The Big Sky's Holy Sun asked, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Since you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Long Zhoushan said. Regardless of life or death, it meant that they could kill. This kid is finished. Many people showed pity, thinking that Lu Ming was dead meat. I'll fight with this kid. A voice sounded. A young man from Fuko Seiko's faction stepped down and landed on the fighting stage. It's Huang Wen. Huang Wen is going to fight. Someone shouted. That's right. That person was Huang Wen. Huang Wen is at the 8th level True God realm. Dealing with a mere 3rd level True God, the moment they take action, it's an 8th level True God. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. He's making a mountain out of a molehill. However, I heard that Huang Wen has a grudge against Lu Ming. That's why he's fighting. I see. He's going to seize the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Many people discussed. Brother, kill him. Kill him for me. Ha ha. Huang Wu, who was in the crowd, roared in his heart. He could already see the scene of Huang Wen killing Lu Ming. Boom. Huang Wen landed on the fighting stage and exuded a powerful aura that pressed down on Lu Ming. Kid, how do you want to die? Say it. Huang Wen's cold voice sounded. He was confident in himself. He was also a genius and his cultivation had reached level 8 True God. Dealing with a level 3 True God was a piece of cake. Unfortunately, he didn't know that 2 geniuses from Fuko Seiko's faction had already died in Lu Ming's hands. He also didn't know that Le Zhong had also died in Lu Ming's hands. They only knew that Lu Ming had gone out and returned safely. They didn't know that those geniuses had already been killed by Lu Ming. They only thought that those geniuses couldn't find Lu Ming. If Huang Wen knew that those geniuses had already been killed by Lu Ming, he wouldn't be so confident. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. I'll give you the last chance. Lu Ming said indifferently, boasting shamelessly. Surging wave fist. Huang Wen shouted coldly and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Rumbling sounds came from the sky when the punch was thrown. It was like 10,000 layers of giant waves that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was calm. He condensed a long spear with divine force in his palm. 5 divine flames burned fiercely and boundless divine force gathered in the long spear. He swept the spear out. Rumble. A huge spear intent was fired into the sky, colliding with Huang Wen's 10,000 layered fists, resulting in a shocking explosion. Then, Huang Wen's fist force trembled and was crushed by the spear light. Huang Wen's face changed drastically, and he retreated to the edge of the fighting stage before stopping. This. Many people were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. This situation was completely different from what they had expected. They expected Huang Wen to crush Lu Ming, but they didn't expect Lu Ming to push Huang Wen back with a single spear. How could a level 3 True God be so strong? Damn it! Huang Wen roared in his heart and his face turned gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded his expectations. That's all you've got? If you have any divine skills that you haven't used, use them quickly. This is your last chance. Lu Ming said indifferently with a look of disdain. You're courting death. I'll let you see my true strength. Surging wave sword art. Huang Wen roared and took out a battle sword. He exploded with all his strength and charged toward Lu Ming. With a slash, 10,000 layers of sword waves appeared in the void and surged toward Lu Ming. This was Huang Wen's trump card, and it was extremely powerful. If he used it with his strength, an ordinary level 9 True God would be killed by him. Chapter 2792. Third Strike of Annihilation Sky Piercer. Lu Ming doubled his combat strength and used the first move of the Third Strike of Annihilation, Sky Piercer. A dazzling spear radiance shot up to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The 10,000 saber waves that Huang Wen sent out crumbled one after another. Finally, the spear radiance rushed past Huang Wen and clashed with him. In the next moment, all the energy fluctuations disappeared. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand also disappeared. Lu Ming landed on the fighting stage expressionlessly. As for Huang Wen, his eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. The light in his eyes quickly disappeared, and so did his life aura. Plop. Huang Wen fell on the fighting stage, no longer showing any signs of life. Huang Wen was dead. Most of the people at the scene were dumbfounded. Huang Wen was killed by Lu Ming. This was out of everyone's expectations. A third-level true god had killed an eighth-level true god genius. This was too exaggerated. Demon. It turns out that Lu Ming is a demon. He's too abnormal. No wonder the sect master conferred him the title of Holy Sun. His combat strength is so terrifying. Many people mumbled to themselves. They finally knew why Dragon Zhoushan had conferred Lu Ming the title of Holy Sun. Lu Ming was a freak. Without a doubt, the divine power that he controlled was definitely above the sacred grade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. When he became a heaven god and the son of saint, it would be a sure thing. Damn it! Fuko Seiko's eyes were cold. Huang Wen's death meant that he had lost one of his generals. Big brother! Huang Wu screamed in the crowd. His face was as pale as snow, and his face was filled with fear. When he was in the Kongxian school's outer area, he could get whatever he wanted because of his big brother, Huang Wen. Now that Huang Wen was dead, who could he rely on in the future? He knew that he would have a hard time in the future. Clean up the fighting stage. Dragon Zhoushan ordered. Immediately, someone went down and took away Huang Wen's body. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the people of the 7 factions. Emoing, go and kill him. The Tianhong saint instructed a youth behind him. This brat won't live. Lung Ku, a black-robed youth behind the Tianhong divine son, stepped down and landed on the fighting ring. It's him, Demon Shadow. The Tianhong saint sent this person directly. Looks like he's determined to win. Many people were slightly surprised. In the sect competition previously, Emoing had displayed shocking power. Although he was not as good as the top experts on the real god ranking list, he was not too far off. Emo Ying's cultivation was level 9 true god. Brat, your strength is indeed strong. Being able to kill Huang Wen at the 3rd level of true god realm has indeed surprised me. However, your life ends here. Emo Ying said coldly. Huang Wen said the same thing before, and then he died. Lu Ming simply retorted, causing Demon Shadow's complexion to sink. Don't compare me with that trash. Kill. Emo Ying shouted and charged toward Lu Ming. However, when he was halfway there, he suddenly disappeared. Speed-type divine skill? No, this is a secret skill. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. A long spear appeared in his hand and swept in all directions. The spear radiance crushed through, but did not find any trace of Emo Ying. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. Emo Ying had launched an attack on him. Unknowingly, Emo Ying had already arrived behind Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and his divine power gushed out like waves. With a wave of his hand, dozens of spear radiances pierced in all directions. Dang! In one of the directions, an explosion rang out, and a figure was sent flying. Hee, it's useless. Die. Emo Ying's figure flickered continuously. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared on the fighting ring and circled around Lu Ming. From time to time, a figure rushed toward Lu Ming, but they were all repelled by Lu Ming. You don't seem to be able to defeat me. Lu Ming sneered. Is that so? Suddenly, the hundreds of figures stopped at the same time and gathered into one. My arrangement is complete. Lu Ming, go to hell. Demon God Ghost Curse. Emo Ying shouted coldly. His body emitted a thick black aura. His hands were constantly forming seals. In the next moment, a burst of energy suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely evil. No one knew when it had rushed into Lu Ming's body. Now that it had erupted, it formed many black and ferocious ghosts. They roared in Lu Ming's body, wanting to devour Lu Ming's flesh and blood. Emo Ying has planted a demon god ghost curse. This kid is dead for sure. The Tianhong saint sneered. Fuko Seiko, the Jixia saint, and the others watched coldly. Lu Ming. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng couldn't help but worry. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, go to hell. Emo Ying laughed maniacally. Almost no one in the true god realm could break the demon god ghost curse that he had planted. Even the experts on the true god ranking wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Was it planted when we clashed? Lu Ming muttered. Previously, Lu Ming had continuously clashed with the demon god. Every time they clashed, Lu Ming felt a weak energy rush into his body. Because that energy wasn't strong, Lu Ming didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, it must have been some demon god ghost curse. This demon god ghost curse was similar to the nether dragon blood curse in the Dragon Mountain. However, its power was worlds apart. Sovereign. With a thought, Lu Ming unleashed his sovereign divine power and enveloped the demon god ghost curse. Sizzle. After being enveloped by the sovereign divine power, the demon god ghost shadows were like ice in front of fire. They immediately sizzled and quickly dissipated. You. How is this possible? How can you break my demon god ghost curse? Emoing suddenly yelled in disbelief. You're embarrassing yourself with such petty tricks, Lu Ming said indifferently. His body flickered as he executed the Nine Heavens rock art and charged at Emoing. Even if you break my demon god ghost curse, you can't kill me. Emoing roared, his eyes filled with malevolence. He turned into shadows and filled the fighting stage. Is that so? Lu Ming's figure suddenly landed on the fighting ring. A gust of extremely cold divine power spread out from his feet. In an instant, it covered the entire fighting ring and sealed it in ice. In an instant, the fighting stage turned into a world of ice. Emo Ying's body stiffened. His feet were sealed in ice. The hundreds of shadows on the fighting stage also disappeared. This is absolute frost divine power. How did this kid cultivate absolute frost divine power? Has he already cultivated the absolute frost divine art to its peak? But he only joined the sect a few decades ago. Many of the inner elders were shocked. The divine power that Lu Ming used earlier wasn't absolute frost divine power. Could it be that Lu Ming cultivated some kind of secret technique that concealed the divine power's attribute? Even so, how could Lu Ming cultivate absolute frost divine power in just a few decades? Chapter 2793. Could it be? Many people looked at Longhausen and wondered what was the relationship between Lu Ming and Longhausen. Could it be that Longhausen had already taught Lu Ming the frost divine art? Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that Lu Ming could reach the peak of the frost divine art in just a few decades. There were also people in Kongxian school who had reached the peak of the frost divine art and successfully cultivated the frost divine power. However, it required great talent and a long time. What they didn't know was that Longhausen was also shocked. This brat can actually control the frost divine power. Longhausen was shocked. He knew that Lu Ming controlled the divine power of the sovereign realm. Now he could actually use the frost divine power. Great. The stronger this brat is, the more likely it is to succeed. Longhausen's eyes lit up. On the battle stage, Emoing was terrified. He tried his best to break free from the ice that had sealed him. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give him such a chance. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the demonic shadow. His cold gaze made the demonic shadow shudder and break out in a cold sweat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Emoing shouted crazily. Did I allow you to admit defeat? Lu Ming said indifferently. He stabbed out with his spear and killed Emoing. CSISI many people gasped in shock. Emoing was dead. Huang Wen couldn't compare to Emoing. He was very strong and it was obvious in the sect competition. However, he was still killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. Lu Ming, you are courting death. At this moment, the great Hong Saint was furious. He released a terrifying aura towards Lu Ming. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. Great Hong, what are you trying to do? Ouyang Qingxiang also released her aura and blocked the great Hong Saint's aura. What am I trying to do? Didn't you see that Emoing had already admitted defeat? He already admitted defeat, but this brat still killed him. How audacious. I'll kill him right now. The heavenly Hong Saint said angrily. Haha, what a joke. Before the battle started, they only said that regardless of life and death, they didn't say that they couldn't kill if they admitted defeat. Lu Ming said indifferently. You quibble. The Tian Hong Saint was enraged, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. However, Lu Ming was right. Before the battle started, he had indeed only said that regardless of life or death, but he did not say that he could not kill as long as he admitted defeat. Done. At this moment Longhausen waved his sleeves and said, "Just now, I didn't say that you can't kill if you admit defeat. Now I'll say it. In the following battles, as long as you admit defeat, you must stop." Upon seeing that Longhausen had spoken, the great sky sage Sun was also helpless. He could only glare icily at Lu Ming. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Saint, let me kill this brat." Another youth stepped out from behind the Tianhong saint. Seeing this youth, the great sky sage Sun nodded and said, "All right, let's end this quickly. Don't give that brat a chance to admit defeat." Clearly, the great sky sage Sun was very confident in this youth. "Don't worry, Saint. He won't have a chance to admit defeat," the youth said coldly. In a flash, he landed on the fighting ring. "Shuiyu, it's Shuiyu." When the youth landed on the fighting ring, many people were shocked. This was because Shuiyu was an expert on the True God ranking board. He was one of the 8 experts from the Kongxian school who were ranked on the True God ranking board. He was also the strongest True God realm expert under the Tenho Seiko faction. Lu Ming is going to battle with Shuiyu. I wonder who will win. If Lu Ming can defeat Shuiyu, it will be a miracle for him to be ranked on the True God ranking board as a level 3 True God. That's right. Shuiyu is ranked 87th on the True God ranking board, but his combat strength is not something that Moing can compare to. Many people were looking forward to this battle. Many of them were already guessing the outcome of this battle. An expert on the True God ranking board? Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to battle. Although he had seen the battle between the experts on the True God ranking board, watching and fighting were two different things. Swoosh. Suddenly Shuiyu moved. However, he did not charge toward Lu Ming. Instead, he soared into the sky. In midair, Shuiyu's body emitted a crimson light. Shuiyu barrier. Shuiyu roared. With a push of his hands, a layer of crimson light shrouded the entire fighting ring. Shuiyu barrier was a secret skill that Shuiyu had cultivated. It was extremely powerful. As soon as he attacked, he used his unique skill and did not give Lu Ming a chance to fight back. "Kill!" Shuiyu shouted. In the Shuiyu barrier, boundless crimson sword light suddenly appeared and slashed toward Lu Ming. "What can a barrier do to me? Kill!" Lu Ming roared and activated the 9-layered crimson gold armor. He performed the 9 heavens rock technique and soared into the sky. Streaks of spear light burst out from his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The spear light and crimson sword light collided with each other constantly, erupting into earth-shattering roars. Why is my divine power being depleted so severely? Suddenly Lu Ming frowned. He could feel his divine power depleting rapidly. He was using the same move, but his divine power was depleting at a much faster rate than before. Ha ha ha. Do you feel that your divine power is being depleted rapidly? Under the suppression of my barrier, your divine power will be depleted in a few moves and you will be at my mercy. Shuiyu laughed complacently. Then more crimson sword light appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Want to deplete his divine power? You must be kidding. If it were others who were trapped in the Shuiyu barrier, they would be doomed. Their divine power would be depleted quickly. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula. Boom. Divine power constantly emerged from the quantifying character formula. Lu Ming's divine power was always at its peak. Third strike of extinction, moon slashing. Lu Ming used the second move of the third strike of extinction. The long spear slashed down, and a crescent-shaped spear light violently slashed out. Countless crimson sword lights were directly extinguished. The terrifying crescent-shaped spear light slashed toward Shuiyu. Shuiyu's face changed. His figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the battle stage, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. In the Shuiyu barrier, his speed was extremely fast. Such a strong attack. I want to see how many moves you can make. Shuiyu snorted coldly. Is that so? Let me break your barrier first. Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and blasted toward the barrier. Blood God Python kill! Shuiyu yelled. Many blood-red pythons appeared in the boundary. There were more than a dozen of them. Each of them was a few hundred meters long, and they charged toward Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming continued to use the moon slashing technique, and destroyed a blood-colored python with one move. However, there were more than 10 blood-colored pythons. Ha ha ha, your divine power will be depleted soon. Xueyu laughed. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Xueyu, and continued to attack. Chapter 2794. Lu Ming continued to attack. Moonslash. 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 Lu Ming continued to use Moonslash. One after another, the blood-colored pythons were destroyed. Soon, more than a dozen blood-colored pythons disappeared. At this moment, the complacent look on Xueyu's face had completely disappeared. It was replaced by horror, confusion, and disbelief. How is this possible? How can his divine power not be exhausted? Xueyu muttered to himself. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. It was definitely a trump card. This kind of move generally consumed a lot of divine power. Even outside, Lu Ming couldn't use it continuously. Not to mention, in his blood-rain barrier, he was suppressed by the barrier. The consumption of divine power was several times faster than outside. Logically speaking, Lu Ming's divine power should be exhausted. But why was Lu Ming still so lively? Xueyu was dumbfounded. Boom. Lu Ming broke through the encirclement of the blood-colored pythons and finally bombarded the blood-rain barrier. The blood-rain barrier shook violently, but it wasn't blasted open. I don't believe it. Come again. Lu Ming continued to attack, and the long spear kept bombarding. Boom. Boom. The blood-rain barrier kept shaking, as if it was going to be broken at any time. But every time, it barely blocked it. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, given your cultivation level, you won't be able to break my enchantment. Just take a beating. I don't believe that your divine power is endless. Even if I have to exhaust it, I will exhaust you to death. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't break the blood-rain barrier, Xueyu laughed and finally felt relieved. As long as Lu Ming couldn't break the blood-rain barrier, Lu Ming would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Whoosh. 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 In the blood-rain barrier, more blood-colored sword lights and blood-colored pythons appeared and rushed toward Lu Ming. Just a little bit more than quadruple combat power. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he began to activate his quadruple combat power. At the same time, he swept his spear to block the attacks of the blood-colored sword lights and the blood-colored pythons. Lu Ming is in a passive position. That's right. However, his strength is truly frightening. Even after being trapped in the blood-rain barrier for so long, he still possesses such battle prowess. Truly terrifying. Indeed, Xueyu is not his opponent in a head-on collision. What a monster! Unfortunately, his attack power is not enough to break the Xueyu enchantment. In the end, he will lose to Xueyu. It is indeed a pity. Within the blood-rain barrier, as long as the blood-rain barrier could not be broken, the blood-rain barrier would be able to take the initiative and be in an invincible position. Many people believed that since Lu Ming couldn't break the blood-rain enchantment, his defeat was inevitable. Kill, kill, kill. Xueyu's body was constantly bursting with blood-red divine power, raising the power of the blood-rain barrier to its peak. Countless blood-red sword lights and blood-colored pythons rushed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, a low roar came from Lu Ming's body. His battle intent suddenly rose by a notch. Battle character secret art, quadruple combat power was successfully triggered. Moon slaying. Lu Ming let out a long howl, and cast the moon slashing technique once again. However, the power this time was much stronger than before. Pung, pung, pung. A crescent-shaped attack burst out. Wherever it passed, all the blood-colored sword lights and blood-colored pythons were destroyed. Break for me. After Lu Ming destroyed the blood-colored sword lights and blood-colored pythons, his spear swept out again. This time, it was directly aimed at the blood-rain barrier. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. Then the blood-rain barrier was directly penetrated and split into two halves. How is this possible? Xueyu roared in shock. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming obviously couldn't break the blood-rain barrier before. How could he break it in the blink of an eye? Could it be that Lu Ming was still hiding his strength before? Not good. Retreat, retreat. Xueyu reacted and frantically retreated. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? He displayed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique. In a flash, he quickly chased after Xueyu. Then another moon-slaying attack was launched. The blood rain barrier collapsed. Without the barrier, Xueyu's speed was reduced by many times. He couldn't be compared to Lu Ming at all. Xueyu couldn't avoid Lu Ming's attack, and could only erupt with all his strength to resist. A blood-red armor appeared on his body, covering his whole body. Then a battle sword appeared in his hands and he slashed out. Clang! Lu Ming's attack fell on Xueyu's battle sword. Xueyu's battle sword vibrated crazily and finally exploded with a bang. This was a mid-grade divine weapon, and it was directly shattered by Lu Ming. Xueyu's figure retreated rapidly, vomiting blood. He was severely injured. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Just as Lu Ming was about to launch another attack to kill Xueyu, Xueyu hurriedly shouted. He felt that he definitely couldn't block Lu Ming's next move. Once the next move was launched, he would fall. If he didn't admit defeat now, when would he? Since Xueyu admitted defeat, Lu Ming could only stop. Xueyu hurriedly retreated from the battle stage, vomiting blood continuously. A deep wound appeared on his chest. Even his armor was cracked, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. This was all because of Lu Ming's move just now. Xueyu lost. Heavens, a third-level true god actually defeated an expert on the true god list. This is too heaven-defying. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked to the extreme. The heavenly Hong Saint's son, Fuko Seiko, and the others were greatly shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming was too heaven-defying. In a few more years, how would they be able to compete with the Kongxian school? Even the Supreme Saint's son, who had always been calm, had a grave expression on his face. Amazing, Lu Ming is too amazing. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng muttered to themselves. Boss is so mighty. In the crowd, and Hai Luchong and the others were also watching. At this moment, their eyes were shining with excitement. They had already submitted to Lu Ming. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they would be. As for the outer disciples, they were already dumbfounded. Some of them looked down on Lu Ming when he first entered the sect, but now, they weren't even fit to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Moreover, only a few decades had passed since then. Are there any more battles? Come down quickly. Lu Ming stood on the battle stage and shouted. At this moment, his battle strength was at its peak, and he didn't want to waste time. Everyone looked at each other. The heavenly Hong Saint's son, Fuko Seiko, and the others' faces were gloomy. Xueyu was the Tenho Seiko faction's strongest true god realm expert, and he had no one else to send. Fuko Seiko and the others had people under their command, but they weren't confident that they could defeat Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming and Xueyu's battle had been completely one-sided. Therefore, no one made a move. Could it be that Lu Ming was really going to become the 8th holy prince of the Kongxian school today? This thought appeared in many people's minds. Long Xian, make your move. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. It was the Supreme Saint's son. Chapter 2795. The Supreme Holy Son's voice made many people's hearts beat wildly. Horan? 1. The Supreme Holy Son was going to send someone out, and it was Long Xian. Long Xian was the #1 true god realm expert under the Supreme Holy Son. He was also the #1 true god realm expert in Kongxian school and ranked 6th on the true god list. The Supreme Holy Son was going to send Long Xian out. The eyes of the heavenly Hong Saint, Fuko Seiko, and the rest lit up. Yes, Holy Son. Behind the Supreme Holy Son, a skinny young man in a black robe nodded, and appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. Long Xian is going to make a move. There will be a good show. Many people were looking forward to it. They wanted to know if Long Xian could stop Lu Ming's winning streak. There was no doubt about Long Xian's strength. He was ranked 6th on the true god list, and was definitely above Xueyu. Xueyu was only ranked 87th on the true god list. I'll give you some time to rest and recover. Long Xian looked at Lu Ming and said lightly. Even though Lu Ming had displayed shocking strength, he was still very confident in himself. No need. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. Looks like you're very confident. If that's the case, don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. Be careful. Long Xian reminded. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. Long Xian's weapon was also a long spear. Bam. Long Xian stomped heavily on the ground. His body was like a stream of light as he dashed toward Lu Ming. A black spear gleam pierced toward Lu Ming like a shooting star. Third stroke of destruction, sky-piercing. Lu Ming also stabbed out with his spear. Boom. The two spear lights collided in the void and exploded with a deafening roar. Violent airflow spread out in all directions. At the same time, the two figures retreated. This collision was a draw. Sacred divine power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This Long Xian's divine power was at the saint grade. This person's cultivation had already reached the peak of the true God realm. He was only a step away from the heavenly God realm. As long as he stepped into the heavenly God realm, he would be qualified to become the next saint. There was no doubt about his battle prowess. If Lu Ming had not cultivated the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Dao technique, and had 5 divine fires in his body, he would not have been able to fend off Long Xian given the huge difference in their cultivation levels. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fend off Long Xian. Even now, Lu Ming had activated the battle character art to quadruple his battle prowess, but they were still evenly matched. Amazing, truly amazing. A third stage true god actually has such battle prowess. This is the first time I've seen it. Again. Long Xian's eyes were filled with amazement, and he once again charged towards Lu Ming. This time, the power he used was even stronger. His attack divine skill has already reached the peak of the 5th level. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Long Xian's attack divine skill had already reached the peak of the 5th level, which was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's divine skill. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the battle character art, and any divine skill he used would be stronger. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight against him. Third strike of extinction, moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and slashed down. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Long Xian. Boom. The two of them clashed for the second time, but this time, it was still difficult to determine the winner. Amazing again. Long Xian roared and continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming also exerted his strength to the maximum. The divine power of 5 divine fires, the battle character art quadrupled his battle prowess, and his exceptionally strong divine body. He used every bit of his strength to fight against Long Xian. The two of them fought fiercely on the battle platform, and they exchanged hundreds of blows. Lu Ming did not use the ice chain because he knew that Long Xian also had a secret skill that he had not used. He had seen it during the sect grand competition. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light shot out from Long Xian's body and charged towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. It's coming! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment he was highly focused. With a thought, the ice chain flew out and flew towards the black light. Ding! The ice chain collided with the black light, and there was a ding sound. But what made Lu Ming's face change was that the ice chain shattered during the collision. The ice chain could not block the black light at all. After the black light destroyed the ice chain, it continued to stab towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming could clearly see that it was a scorpion tail. The tail of a scorpion had a black spike at the tip of the tail. It was black and shiny, and it was extremely terrifying. This was Long Xian's secret skill. Bang! The speed of the scorpion tail was too fast. In the next instant, it hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's 9 layers of crimson gold armor shook violently. It could not block it and was penetrated. Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Garuda technique and retreated rapidly. But he was still a step too late. He felt a sharp pain in his body. His shoulder was hit, and a small hole appeared. Blood flowed out. Flying all the way to the edge of the battle platform, Lu Ming's figure stopped. What a powerful secret skill! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Long Xian's scorpion tail's secret skill's attack power was really shocking. This was not because Lu Ming's ice chain was inferior to the other party, but because Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak now. The power of the secret skill would also become stronger as the cultivator's cultivation increased. If Lu Ming's cultivation reached the 9th level True God realm, the power of the ice chain would naturally be extremely shocking. Interesting. To be able to receive one of my moves and only be injured without being defeated, there aren't many in the True God realm. Again. Long Xian's voice sounded. Before his voice fell, his figure had already rushed toward Lu Ming. That scorpion tail on his body turned into a black lightning, piercing toward Lu Ming. Ice chain. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Several ice chains flew out at once. This time, Lu Ming used a total of 3 ice chains. 3 ice chains, like 3 silver snakes, flew towards the other. Ding, ding, ding. 3 consecutive collisions sounded. This time, Lu Ming finally blocked the other party's scorpion tail attack. He actually blocked it. That's the secret skill, ice chain. Someone recognized Lu Ming's secret skill. This kind of secret skill was available in the scripture depository. As long as one had points, anyone could exchange for it. 3rd level True God Realm, the power of the ice chain is already so strong. This is already great success. An inner sect elder sighed. How did he cultivate? If one wants to cultivate the ice chain to great success, the cold moonstone is the best choice. Did he obtain several cold moonstones? How is that possible? Another inner sect elder was even more envious. This was because he had also cultivated the ice chain. However, after many years of cultivation, he still hadn't reached great success because he didn't have suitable materials. On the battle stage, the fierce battle between Lu Ming and Long Xian continued. The scorpion tail and the ice chain kept colliding. The long spears in their hands were also constantly clashing. However, they were still evenly matched. I didn't expect you to be so powerful to be able to force me to use my ultimate move. You're the first Kongxian school student. Long Xian's voice sounded. In the next moment, another black light burst out from his body. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2796. Another black ray of light shot out from Long Xian's body. R-A-N? Ana-C? Another scorpion tail. Long Xian's secret technique was somewhat similar to the ice chains. It could not only use one scorpion tail. In the previous sect grand competition, Long Xian had only used one scorpion tail to end the battle. No one knew that Long Xian could use a second scorpion tail. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Fortunately, Lu Ming also held back. He did not use all of the ice chains. Ice chains go. Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 more ice chains flew out. After a few consecutive collisions, they successfully blocked Long Xian's scorpion tail. You've actually cultivated all 6 ice chains to the greater success stage. This time, even Long Xian himself was shocked. That's enough. Let's continue. Lu Ming waved his hand again. 9 ice chains appeared on his body and flew out, wrapping around Long Xian. 9. Long Xian's pupils shrank and he growled. His body emitted a black light and another scorpion tail flew out from his body. 3 scorpion tails. Long Xian had actually cultivated 3 scorpion tails. The 3 scorpion tails and the 9 ice chains kept colliding. Clang, clang. Dense collisions sounded. In an instant, the two had exchanged more than 100 blows. So powerful. Both of them are monsters. Long Xian is a monster, but Lu Ming is even more of a monster. Lu Ming and Long Xian had used all of their trump cards, which really shocked the spectators. Even the inner elders could not stay calm. On the fighting ring, the 2 figures kept flashing and colliding, fighting fiercely. Those with weaker cultivation could no longer see the 2 figures clearly. Not long after, the 2 of them exchanged a few hundred blows before separating and standing on opposite sides of the fighting ring. Who won? Everyone was curious and looked at the 2 carefully. Look, Long Xian's aura is weaker. His body is covered with a layer of frost. Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw that Long Xian's body was covered with a layer of frost. Even his hair and eyebrows were covered with a layer of frost. I've lost. At this moment, Long Xian spoke and actually took the initiative to admit defeat. He looked at the 9 dancing ice chains behind Lu Ming, revealing a deep sense of dread. Especially one of the ice chains emitted a shocking cold air. After continuous collisions, he felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. He had to divert a large amount of divine power to resist the cold air. If the battle continued, he would definitely not be Lu Ming's match. What? Long Xian admitted defeat. Lu Ming won. Long Xian's admission of defeat caused an uproar. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. Previously, many people looked down on Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming, a third-level true god, would be crushed anytime. But now even Long Xian, who was ranked 6th on the true god list, was not Lu Ming's opponent. Was Lu Ming still human? If you cultivate the 4th scorpion tail, I will definitely not be your opponent. Lu Ming also said politely. Long Xian's strength was really shocking. Lu Ming had already done his best, but he still did not have a big advantage. He still relied on the terrifying cold air in the 9th ice chain to suppress Long Xian a little. If the other party had a 4th scorpion tail, Lu Ming would probably not be his opponent. This battle made Lu Ming understand that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. In the primitive universe, there were all kinds of divine skills and all kinds of terrifying secret techniques. It was normal for some extremely powerful freaks to be born. A loss is a loss. Moreover, it's easier said than done to cultivate the 4th scorpion tail. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Long Xian was an upright person. After cupping his fists, his figure moved and left the battle stage. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings again, but no one responded to him. What a joke. Even Long Xian had been defeated. Who else in the true god realm could fight with Lu Ming? They would definitely lose if they went up. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Long Zhoushan opened his mouth and asked. Still no one answered. All right, since no one wants to fight, according to the previous agreement, Lu Ming is officially the saint. Long Zhoushan announced. The Great Sky Saint, Fuko Seiko, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. This was especially so for the Great Sky Saint Sun and the Floating Light Saint Sun. They had truly suffered a double loss. They had each lost a genius and suffered heavy losses. This is just the beginning. It's not that easy to secure the position of saint. The Great Sky Saint snorted in his heart. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Saint Lu Ming. Seeing that Long Zhoushan had made the announcement, some of the inner sect elders cupped their fists and congratulated Lu Ming. Of course, there were also some inner sect elders who remained silent, such as Ying Song's master. Seniors, you're too polite. Lu Ming could only cup his fists in response. In fact, he didn't care about the title of saint. However, Long Zhoushan had forced it on him, and Long Zhoushan had placed the nether dragon blood curse in his body, so he could only obey. Alright, this matter ends here. The competition is officially over. Long Zhoushan turned to leave after making the announcement. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could clearly see that Long Zhoushan's eyes were filled with anticipation and a terrifying malevolence. What is this old man planning? Lu Ming frowned. After Long Zhoushan left, the inner sect elders also left. Lu Ming, no, Saint Lu Ming, congratulations, congratulations. Yu Linglong immediately went up to congratulate him. Brother Lu, congratulations. Wu Zifeng also cupped his fists to congratulate him. You guys don't have to congratulate me. I don't want to be the saint. Lu Ming said helplessly. When the other disciples heard this, they were envious and wanted to trample on Lu Ming. He didn't want to be the saint, and they didn't even have the chance. It was too infuriating. Hee, it's too early to be happy now. A cold voice sounded as the Tianhong saint walked over with his men. Tianhong, what do you want? Ouyang Qingxiang also came over with her men to confront the Tianhong saint. Don't worry, I won't do anything. The Tianhong saint glanced at Ouyang Qingxiang, then looked at Lu Ming and said, to become a saint, you have to form your own faction and expand the strength of your faction. Only then can you participate in the competition for the position of sect leader. At this point, the Tianhong saint looked around and said, I, Tianhong, hereby declare that whoever joins Lu Ming's faction will be my enemy. It was a threat, a blatant threat. The Tianhong saint was threatening everyone. Whoever joined Lu Ming's faction would be his enemy. The consequences of becoming the Tianhong saint's enemy were obvious. Tianhong, don't you think it's too despicable for you to do this? Ouyang Qingxiang said coldly. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 2797. What do you mean by despicable? In this world, only the winner takes all. How can I be despicable? The Tianhong saint sneered. Un-R-A-N-E-N-A. Come, that's right. Tianhong's opinion is also my opinion. At this moment, another voice was heard. Fuko Seiko also stepped forward. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire area. I Fu Guang also declare that whoever joins Lu Ming's faction will be my enemy. Two successive saints had spoken, and the entire area quietened down. Originally, some neutral people who had not joined any faction were already tempted to join Lu Ming's faction when they saw how talented Lu Ming was. But now they were all hesitating. If they joined Lu Ming's faction, they would have to face the revenge of Fuko Seiko and the Tianhong Saint. Could they bear this risk? Many people shook their heads secretly and gave up on the idea of joining Lu Ming's faction. Lu Ming's cultivation was still too weak. Although he was invincible in the true god realm, a true god could not be compared to a heaven god. Even if a true god was invincible, he would not be able to defeat a heaven god. Not to mention top geniuses like the Tianhong Saint and Fuko Seiko. I Jixia also have the same opinion. I Xuatan also have the same opinion. Then, the Saint Jixia and the Holy Lady Xuatan stepped forward one after another, and expressed the same opinion as the Tianhong Saint and Fuko Seiko. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, and they felt great pressure. They could not let Lu Ming grow. The best way was to suppress Lu Ming before he grew. Without the support of others, no matter how strong Lu Ming's cultivation was, it would be difficult for him to become the sect leader of the Kongxian school. After four saints and holy ladies expressed their opinions, those who wanted to join Lu Ming's faction extinguished the thought in their hearts. These guys. Lu Ming glanced at the Tianhong Saint, Fuko Seiko, and the others with a cold glint in his eyes. Although he did not care about the position of the son of Saint, and did not want to be the headmaster of the Kongxian school in the future, he did not want to be the headmaster of Kongxian school. However, it was not Lu Ming's style to not resist being bullied like this. Now, if there is anyone who wants to join my faction, I, Lu Ming, swear that I will treat you with sincerity and entrust you with important tasks. Now, if you want to join my faction, feel free to sign up. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many people were tempted. If they joined Lu Ming now, they would definitely be put in an important position by Lu Ming and be entrusted with important tasks. Moreover, if Lu Ming developed, those who join now would definitely become his confidants. However, if he were to join now, he would be going against the great Sky Hong Sage and the others. That was simply courting death. In the end, many people shook their heads and dismissed the idea. Lu Ming, I'll join your faction. A crisp voice rang out. Yu Linglong walked out and glared fiercely at the great Sky Hong Sage, Fuko Seiko and the others. The great Sky Hong Sage, Fuko Seiko, and the others' faces darkened slightly. However, they knew that Yu Linglong's background was not to be underestimated. Naturally, they would not say anything. I'll join too. Wu Zifeng also ran over to join in the fun. However, other than the two of them, no one else stepped forward. Hee. The great Sky Hong Sage was about to sneer and mock, but he was interrupted just as he started laughing. I'll join. A deep voice rang out. And Hai walked out of the crowd and flew towards Lu Ming. The great Sky Hong Sage's sneer was stuck in his throat. His face was extremely ugly as he glanced coldly at Hai. And Hai's expression changed when the great Sky Hong Sage's gaze swept over him. He felt immense pressure, but he still gritted his teeth and came before Lu Ming. Boss, I want to join your faction. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He approved of Hai's big stature. Who is this lad? He is so daring to join Lu Ming's faction. He must be tired of living. Someone muttered softly. The great Sky Hong Sage, Fuko Seiko, Saint Sun Jixia, and Saint Lady Xuatan had just said that joining Lu Ming's faction was going against them. They had just finished speaking when Hai jumped out and joined Lu Ming's faction. This was simply slapping their faces in public. If this was not courting death, then what was? Lu Zhang, Zhao Feng, what are you two standing there for? Hurry up and join boss's faction. Hai glanced at Lu Zhang and Zhao Feng. Lu Zhang and Zhao Feng's faces were as white as snow. Hesitation and struggle appeared in their eyes. In the end, the two gritted their teeth and walked out. We are willing to join Lu Ming's faction. We hope that Saint Sun Lu Ming will agree. Back then, They had all sworn on their life origins to join Lu Ming. Now they could only bite the bullet. Okay, I agree to let you join. Lu Ming nodded. The great Sky Hong sage, Fuko Seiko, and the others' expressions became even colder. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they scanned Hai and the others. Hai and the others broke out in cold sweat. Good. The three of you are very good. The great Sky Hong sage glanced at Hai and the others. He then waved his sleeves and strode away. Fuko Seiko, Saint Sun Ji Xia, Sacred Lady Xuatan, and the others did not say anything. They also turned and left. In the end, apart from Hai, Lu Zhang, and Zhao Feng, no one else joined Lu Ming's faction. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. No one wanted to join now, but that did not mean that no one would join in the future. It was not certain who would have the last laugh. Let's go. Lu Ming did not stay. He turned and left. Hai and the others followed. The Kongxian school competition had ended. Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the Kongxian school, and even to the other sections. On the way, Lu Ming gave Hai, Lu Zhang, and Zhao Feng some resources so that they could cultivate properly. Lu Ming would not mistreat anyone who could join him in public under the pressure of the great Sky Hong sage. Lu Ming then returned to his residence and cultivated in peace. Is this little guy going to evolve? 2 days after returning, Qiu changed. It flew out of Lu Ming's wrist and landed in the courtyard, turning into a metal ball. Lu Ming could feel that there was a terrifying aura dormant within, as if it would erupt at any time. Bzzz. Arcs of electricity appeared on the surface of Qiu. Ever since Qiu bit off a piece of bronze from the Bronze Gate a few years ago on the ancient god planet, it had been in a deep slumber, seemingly digesting that piece of bronze. Only now did it change. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The Bronze Gate that appeared on the ancient god planet definitely had a shocking origin. Even many god kings could not break it open. Lu Ming was not sure what kind of change would happen after Qiu bit off the bronze and digested it. Someone's coming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he walked out of the courtyard. A figure landed in front of Lu Ming. It was an elder with white hair and a white beard. Greetings, elder. Lu Ming cupped his fists. He could tell from the elder's attire that he was an inner elder. Saint Lu Ming, you're too polite. The elder did not dare to slight him and hurriedly returned the greeting. Chapter 2798. In the Kongxian school, the status of the Holy Sun was higher than that of the inner sect elders. Naturally, the elder did not dare to be careless. Renina. Elder, why are you looking for me, Lu Ming? Lu Ming asked. Today, I am here to give the Holy Sun token to Holy Sun Lu Ming. The elder smiled, then took out a jade box and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the jade box and opened it. Lu Ming found that it was a token. This token was very similar to their disciple token, but the material was completely different. This token was made of an extremely rare material, the Heavenly Star Gold. The Heavenly Star Gold was a precious material that could be used to refine supreme-grade artifacts. What was a supreme-grade artifact? It was a divine artifact used by a supreme being. From this, it could be seen how precious this token was. Holy Sun, you only need to drip a drop of blood on it, and this token will be bound to you. The elder said. Lu Ming understands. Thank you, elder. Lu Ming nodded. The elder nodded secretly. He was quite satisfied with Lu Ming's attitude. The other holy sons and holy daughters were extremely arrogant. When they met the inner sect elders, they also acted high and mighty. Lu Ming's humble attitude left a good impression on him. It's a pity that his cultivation is still a little weak. Competing with the Tianhong Holy Sun, Fuko Seiko, and the others, his future is uncertain. When his cultivation is higher, I can consider joining his faction. The elder thought to himself. Holy Sun Lu Ming, there is one more thing. The Holy Sun can freely choose a holy divine technique to cultivate in the scripture depository. However, the Holy Sun has already mastered the holy divine power, so there is no need for the divine technique. The old man reminded him again before taking his leave. What he did not know was that Lu Ming was overjoyed. It would be strange if Lu Ming wasn't happy that a holy prince could freely choose a saint-grade divine art to cultivate. This meant that he could cultivate another type of saint-grade divine art. For other people who had cultivated sacred divine power, The other sacred divine skills and techniques would not be of much use. However, Lu Ming was different. He had the heaven and earth myriad Tao scripture. The more divine skills and techniques he had, the better. Don't be a fool. Lu Ming smiled. When he returned to the courtyard, he found that little ball was still evolving. Lu Ming immediately left the courtyard and headed for the scripture depository. The scripture pavilion was still guarded by the same few old men. Little guy, you're here again. This time, what kind of divine skill or secret skill do you want to exchange for? One of the old men asked with a smile. In the past, Lu Ming had exchanged for several king-grade divine arts and secret skills. He even spent 50,000 points to exchange for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Therefore, the few old men had a deep impression of Lu Ming. Seniors, this time, I'm here to collect a saint-grade divine technique. Lu Ming said with a smile. What? Receive a saint-grade divine art? The few old men widened their eyes in disbelief. Little guy, this is not a joke. It's not that easy to receive a saint-grade divine art. One of the old men said with a smile. In order to receive a complete saint-grade divine art, one either had to be promoted to a holy prince, or have extremely high talent, character, loyalty, and so on. Only then could one receive a complete saint-grade divine art. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the third level of the true God realm. It was impossible for him to be a holy prince. This point was ruled out by them. Could it be that he was recognized by the sect's upper echelons, and came here to receive a saint-grade divine art? The few old men thought in their hearts. Yes, I've just been promoted to a holy prince. This is my holy prince token. Lu Ming took out his holy prince token and handed it to the few old men. Oh, I see. What? Holy prince? The few old men did not react at first, but when they came to their senses, they almost jumped up from their seats. Lu Ming was actually a newly promoted holy prince? A third-level true God realm cultivator had actually become a holy prince. This was beyond their expectations. One of the old men took the holy prince token from Lu Ming's hand and checked it. He found that there was no mistake. This little guy is really strange. In the end, the few old men came to a conclusion. Since you're a holy prince, you can naturally receive a complete saint-grade divine art. Which one do you want? I remember that you exchanged for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. You want the ultimate chill divine art, right? One of the old men took a deep breath to calm himself down and smiled. In his opinion, since Lu Ming had already exchanged for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art, then this time he would definitely exchange for the complete ultimate chill divine art. Otherwise, wouldn't he have wasted his 50,000 points last time? He speculated that Lu Ming was most likely confident that he would become a holy prince and obtain the complete divine art. That was why he exchanged for the first level in advance and cultivated for a period of time. Senior, I want the ultimate mystery divine art. Lu Ming said. Kongxian School had a few saint-grade divine arts, and the ultimate mystery divine art was one of them. What? You want the ultimate mystery divine art? The few old men were stunned again. Lu Ming had exchanged for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Why did he exchange for the ultimate mystery divine art now? Little guy, I remember that you exchanged for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Why did you exchange for the ultimate mystery divine art now? You have to think carefully. One of the old men reminded him kindly. Senior, I've already thought about it. Lu Ming said. All right then, wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. One of the old men finished speaking and stepped into the scripture pavilion. Not long after, the old man took out a scroll and handed it to Lu Ming. Little guy, the complete ultimate mystery divine art is recorded in this scroll. Take it, but I have to remind you that without the approval of the sect, you can't spread it out privately. Do you understand? The old man said. I understand. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming bowed and took the scroll. His heart was burning with passion. He immediately bid farewell to the few old men and returned to his residence. I'm old. I really can't understand young people nowadays. The few old men sighed again and again. They felt that they couldn't see through Lu Ming at all. A young man seemed somewhat unfathomable in their eyes. Lu Ming returned to his residence. Qiuqiu was still evolving. Lu Ming sat on the ground and took out the Ultimate Mystery Divine Art to read carefully. Lu Ming didn't need the complete Ultimate Mystery Divine Art. He only needed the first level. As long as he cultivated the first level, he would be able to condense a Ultimate Mystery Divine Flame. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lu Ming cultivated the Ultimate Mystery Divine Art wholeheartedly. He finally cultivated the first level and successfully cultivated a strand of Ultimate Mystery Divine Force. After cultivating a strand of Ultimate Mystery Divine Force, Lu Ming switched to the Universe Myriad Dao technique. As time passed, the strand of Ultimate Mystery Divine Force grew stronger and stronger. Another few months passed in a flash. Suddenly, a light spot appeared in Lu Ming's dantian. All of the Ultimate Mystery Divine Force gathered towards this light spot. This light spot became more and more dazzling. Chapter 2799. In Lu Ming's dantian, a light spot became brighter and brighter. In the end, a flame appeared. The divine mysterious fire was successfully condensed. In Lu Ming's dantian, the sixth divine fire appeared. Of course, this divine fire had just been condensed and was still very weak. If he wanted to increase it to the same size as the other divine fires, he would need a period of diligent cultivation. This was not something that could be rushed. At this point, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He began to cultivate the divine skill, the apocalyptic 3 strikes. Because after a series of battles, Lu Ming felt that the apocalyptic 3 strikes was about to break through. Lu Ming took out a long spear and began to cultivate in the courtyard. Swoosh! Swoosh! The long spear danced like a real dragon swimming in the courtyard. However, the power was completely condensed into the long spear and did not leak out at all. Sky-piercing moon-slashing. Lu Ming performed the first and second moves of the 3 strikes of annihilation over and over again, taking turns to perform them. Gradually, Lu Ming's comprehension of the 3 strikes of annihilation reached a peak. A few days later, swoosh! Lu Ming shook the long spear and the spear streaked across the sky. A crescent-shaped spear light flew into the sky and disappeared. I broke through. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. Lu Ming finally broke through to the 5th level of the apocalyptic 3 strikes. After breaking through to the 5th level, whether it was the first move, sky-piercing, or the second move, moon-slashing, their power had increased by a level. Lu Ming was only a level 3 true god. It was absolutely amazing that he could cultivate the divine skill to the 5th level at this cultivation level. Ruyu's cultivation level had been stuck in the true god realm for countless years, but he had only cultivated the divine skill to the peak of the 4th level. Those who were not talented enough could only cultivate the divine skill to the 4th level in the true god realm. Only a few extremely talented individuals would be able to reach a higher level. For example, Long Xian had cultivated the divine skill to the 5th level. Now, if I go all out, I might be able to defeat Long Xian. Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked in Qiuqiu's direction. At this moment, Qiuqiu was emitting a powerful aura. This aura was extremely shocking. Luckily, the residences of the inner disciples were protected by a formation that could isolate the aura. Otherwise, the aura would definitely have alerted the others. This aura is so shocking. Qiuqiu is breaking through to the 2nd layer of True God Realm, no, the 3rd layer of True God Realm. Sensing Qiuqiu's aura, Lu Ming was delighted at first, but in the end he was shocked and his eyes widened. That was because Qiuqiu's aura was rising too quickly. Originally, Qiuqiu's cultivation was at the 1st level of the True God Realm. At this moment, he quickly rose to the 2nd level of True God Realm. After a while, he rose to the 3rd level of True God Realm, and then the 4th level of True God Realm. That was not all. Its aura continued to rise. 5th level True God, 6th level True God, all the way until he reached level 8 True God before he stopped. From the 1st level of True God Realm to the 8th level of True God Realm in an instant. This speed was even faster than riding a space battleship. It would be strange if Lu Ming wasn't dumbfounded. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, thinking that he was dreaming. At this moment, Qiuqiu finally reacted. It turned its round and chubby body. Its expression was glossy and shiny, giving off a crystalline feeling. A pair of eyes and a big mouth appeared on its body. revealing a satisfied expression. Qiu, you broke through to the 8th level of True God Realm? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Suddenly, a figure rang in Lu Ming's mind. You can speak? Lu Ming was stunned. No, I'm talking to you with my mind, Qiu said. Lu Ming was stunned and then nodded. Qiu had such a high cultivation. It was normal for it to be able to communicate with him. One must know that in the heaven realm, demonic beasts of the martial king realm could speak. Qiu was strange, but it was a true god realm after all. It was normal for it to communicate with its mind. 8th level of true god realm. It actually broke through to the 8th level of true god realm. That fragment of the bronze gate is too heaven-defying. Lu Ming was amazed. It was obvious that Qiu had swallowed a small fragment of the bronze gate on the ancient god planet. That was why its cultivation had soared. It was just a small fragment, but Qiu's cultivation had soared so much. If it swallowed the entire bronze gate, what realm would Qiu reach? Would it directly reach the Divine King realm? Or even more? Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement, but then he shook his head helplessly. He had asked around before and found out that the bronze gate had not been opened yet. Now there were countless experts gathered at the bronze gate. There were even many Divine King realm experts. Moreover, the major sects and forces had invited a few array masters to study the array on the bronze gate. It was impossible for him to get close to the bronze gate. He could only think of a way in the future. Lu Ming, do you want to spar with me? Qiu's voice sounded again. 2 tentacles extended from its body like arms. It looked at Lu Ming with an arrogant expression. This guy is great. Come on, let's spar. Lu Ming laughed. He also wanted to know how strong Qiu was after breaking through to the 8th level True God realm. Get ready. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Qiu's arrogant voice continued to sound. This guy is really confident. Lu Ming curled his lips and then circulated his divine power with all his might. The 6 divine fires in his dantian burned fiercely. Although the mysterious divine fire had just been formed, it still had some effect on Lu Ming's divine power. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character formula and tripled his combat strength. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Come on. Lu Ming stared at Qiu. Swoosh. Qiu's round body rushed towards Lu Ming. One of its arms rapidly changed into a big hammer and smashed towards Lu Ming. Rumble. The hammer smashed out and a violent explosion sounded in the air. What a strong power. As soon as Qiu attacked, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be careless. Sky Piercer. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. Boom. A spear light collided with Qiu's hammer, and a violent explosion sounded. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated crazily. Lu Ming's body shook violently and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the courtyard. Runes appeared on the walls of the courtyard, blocking Lu Ming's path. It was fortunate that the courtyard was protected by a large formation. Otherwise, the courtyard would have been destroyed by the explosion just now. Amazing, amazing. Lu Ming felt his arm aching. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked and blood flowed out. After a collision, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. The power of Qiu's move was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not weaker than Long Xian's all-out attack. Qiu is only at the 8th level True God realm, but its power is so strong. Its power is probably comparable to that of a genius who controls divine-grade divine power. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 2800. In the past, Qiu's strength was comparable to a prodigy with divine power. But now it was even stronger. It was probably comparable to a prodigy with divine power. How is it? Amazing, right? Qiu's proud voice rang out. Interesting. Let's try again. Lu Ming revealed a strong fighting spirit. He kept activating the battle formula, wanting to quadruple his fighting strength. Come, let me tell you. My strength is not limited to this. Qiu waved its 2 arms, as proud as it could be. Boom. After dozens of activations, Lu Ming finally activated quadruple his fighting strength. 3rd strike of extinction moon slashing. This time, Lu Ming really exerted his full strength and used the moon slashing move. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could probably suppress Long Xian if he used this move with his full strength. It was shockingly powerful. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Qiuqiu. "Here I come!" Qiuqiu shouted and retracted its arms. Its round body spun rapidly and smashed towards Lu Ming. Clang! Another terrifying collision. The crescent-shaped spear light collided with Qiuqiu's body. At the moment of collision, the crescent-shaped spear light shook violently and then shattered. Then Qiuqiu's body slammed into Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming's spear shook violently. He felt a terrifying force surging towards him. It was as if he was hit by a planet. Lu Ming's body flew out again and crashed into the wall of the courtyard. Puff! This time, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. "Lu Ming, are you alright?" Qiuqiu asked with concern. "I'm fine. This is just a small injury. What's the big deal?" Lu Ming braced himself. How could he embarrass himself in front of Qiuqiu? "Qiuqiu, is this all your strength? You're really powerful." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiuqiu's strength was probably close to the heavenly god realm. It was truly astonishing. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he was still no match for it. "Of course not. I still have a power that I haven't used yet," Qiuqiu said proudly. With that, a sizzling sound came from its body as strands of lightning appeared. "It's this kind of lightning." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This lightning was exactly the same as the lightning on the bronze door, except that it was much thinner. "Lu Ming, do you want to try the power of my lightning?" Qiuqiu said as it blinked its large eyes. There was a hint of malice in its eyes. "I'll give it a try then. Come on." Lu Ming was very confident in his own defense. With a thought, 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around him. Then 9 layers of golden red armor appeared on his body. Fully armed. "Are you sure you're ready?" Qiuqiu asked softly. "Of course, cut the crap. Come, you can't hurt me." Lu Ming had a confident look on his face. Sizzle! Bolts of lightning emerged from Qiuqiu's body and gathered into a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an arm. It charged at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, the lightning struck Lu Ming. Then, a charred man with messy hair and smoking body appeared in the courtyard. "Lu Ming, are you alright? You were the one who wanted to try it," Qiuqiu said fearfully. I'm fine. How could anything happen to me?" Lu Ming said through gritted teeth. He had never imagined that Qiuqiu's lightning would be so powerful. His ice shackles and crimson golden armor couldn't withstand it at all. They collapsed in an instant. The terrifying lightning directly burned his entire body black. Qiuqiu had probably shown mercy at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been in an even worse state. Amazing, amazing! Lu Ming immediately became excited. The power of Qiuqiu's lightning was completely on par with that of a celestial god. Some of the weaker celestial gods probably weren't even this strong. The stronger Qiuqiu was, the happier Lu Ming was. Lu Ming immediately took a divine pill to recover from his injuries. He then washed himself and changed into a new set of clothes. Lu Ming, are you there?" At this moment, Yu Linglong's voice came from outside. She sounded rather worried. Qiuqiu turned into a bracelet and wrapped it around Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard. "Lady Yu, what happened?" Lu Ming asked. "Lu Ming, it's bad. Anhai Luchang and Zhao Feng have been beaten up, heavily injured," Yu Linglong said. "Beaten up?" Lu Ming's brow creased, a cold light flashing through his eyes. "Who did it?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know yet. I came to find you as soon as I heard the news. Zifeng went to see them first," Yu Linglong said. "Let's go." Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew toward the residence of Anhai's group. Very soon, Lu Ming and Yu Linglong arrived at Anhai's residence. When they pushed the door open and entered, they could smell the stench of blood. Anhai Luchang and Zhao Feng were all present, but they were in very wretched states. Luchang and Zhao Feng were limp on the ground, their faces ghastly pale and their auras weak. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that all their bones had been broken. The most wretched was Anhai. Half of his body had been blasted apart, blood flowing everywhere. One could even see his organs. At this moment, Wu Zifeng was treating Anhai's wounds. "Boss!" At the sight of Lu Ming, and Hai struggled to bow to him. Don't move. Focus on healing. Lu Ming hurriedly stopped him, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. The person who had done this was extremely vicious. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Kongxian school and didn't dare to violate the rules of the school, On Hai and the others would probably already be dead. Even so, On Hai and the others had probably suffered quite a bit. Fortunately, On Hai and the others' injuries weren't fatal. With their divine bodies, they could recover very quickly. Several hours later, Lu Chang and Zhao Feng's bones had been reconnected, and their auras had stabilized. On Hai's shattered body was also rapidly healing as new flesh and blood grew out of it. Who did this? At this time, Lu Ming spoke coldly. On Hai, Lu Chang, and Zhao Feng's expressions froze as they looked at each other. Boss, we're fine. Let's just forget about this matter. On Hai said. Just forget about it? How can I just forget about humiliating my people? Will anyone in the Kongxian school take me seriously in the future? Lu Ming coldly said. He knew that On Hai and the others were thinking for him, but Lu Ming wouldn't just let it go. Who did this? Lu Ming asked again. Boss, let's just forget about it. On Hai tried to persuade Lu Ming to let it go again. In the name of the sacred sun, I demand that you speak. Who did this? Lu Ming's tone became even colder. On Hai's words came to an abrupt halt. In the end, On Hai sighed and said, Lu Feiyun did it. Lu Feiyun? Lu Ming froze. He had never heard of this name before. Chapter 2801. Lu Feiyun, he's from the Tenho Seiko faction. Lu Chang said. It's really the Tenho Seiko faction. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and his killing intent was as sharp as a knife. He had already guessed that the culprit was either the Tenho Seiko faction, Fuko Seiko faction, Holy Prince Xia, or Holy Princess Xuatan. It must be one of them. You're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. Boss, don't be rash. Lu Feiyun is a first-level heavenly god, and he's a capable subordinate of the great Hong Saint. He's extremely powerful and Long Xian can't be compared to him. And Hai quickly said. First-level heavenly god? So what? Tell me his address. Lu Ming said in a commanding tone. The Tenho Seiko faction had supreme talents who had reached the heavenly god realm, but none of them had saint-grade divine force. Being in the heavenly god realm, and in control of saint-grade divine force, he could even become a saint himself. Only the Paragon Saint would have such a character. Lu Ming had Qiuqiu's help, and he might be able to defeat a first-level heavenly god with king-grade divine force. He must get revenge for this. Otherwise, as a holy prince, he would become a joke in the Kongxian school, and no one would dare to join his faction. And Hai, Lu Chang, and the others did not dare to disobey Lu Ming, and they obediently told him Lu Feiyun's address. Rest well. I'll get revenge for this. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and left. Lu Ming, wait a minute. Don't be rash. I'm afraid this is the other party's ploy. They deliberately injured An Hai and the rest to provoke you into taking action. Once you take action, they will be justified in dealing with you. Yu Linglong quickly said. Don't worry. Lu Ming waved his hand and flew out. He could guess the other party's intention, but they had underestimated his strength. Oh no, I have to inform my cousin. Zifeng, come with me. Yu Linglong said and then rushed to Ouyang Qingxiang's residence with Wu Zifeng. In a luxurious garden in the inner area, a group of people were drinking and chatting happily. The leader of the group was Lu Feiyun. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying to have beaten up Lu Ming's subordinates this time. Indeed, those idiots are really daring. The Holy Prince said that those who join Lu Ming's faction would be going against the Holy Princes. Those guys didn't give the Holy Prince's face and joined Lu's. They are really courting death. They are just a few reckless dogs. Seeing that Lu Ming has some talent, they want to cozy up to him. However, they don't know that Lu Ming can fight with the saint. He can't even protect himself. Some of the young men laughed as they drank. I wonder how Lu Ming will deal with it this time? Someone said. He only has two options. The first option is to swallow his anger. However, if he does that, his reputation will be completely tarnished. His subordinates have been so badly abused by others, yet he still swallows his anger. In the future, no one will join Lu Ming's faction. He will no longer be able to compete with the saint. The second option is that he comes to me for revenge. That's good. I'll give him a good beating and break all his bones. I'll make him kneel in front of me like a dog." Lu Feiyun sneered. That was their plan. No matter what Lu Ming did, he would fall into their trap. What a brilliant plan. The Holy Prince's plan is really brilliant. Lu Ming still wants to fight with the Holy Prince. He's really courting death. The other young men immediately began to flatter him. "Lu Feiyun, get out here." At that moment, a loud roar came from outside. The entire courtyard seemed to shake. Lu Feiyun and the others were slightly stunned. "Is that Lu Ming's voice?" Someone was bewildered. "Yes, that's Lu Ming's voice. I didn't expect that kid to really dare to come." Good. Lu Feiyun's eyes flashed with coldness and excitement. He got up and strode outside. The other young people followed. When they walked out of the courtyard, they saw Lu Ming standing alone in the void. His whole body was emitting a cold light. "You're Lu Feiyun?" Lu Ming's gaze fell on Lu Feiyun immediately. Among the people present, only Lu Feiyun gave him an unfathomable feeling. "Yes, I'm Lu Feiyun." "Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Do you want to lower your head and apologize to the Holy Prince?" "Ha ha." Lu Feiyun laughed. The other young people also laughed with disdain. "Today, I'll break your bones and make you kowtow to my subordinates and apologize," Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Feiyun and the others stopped laughing. They then stared at Lu Ming as if they were looking at an idiot. Break Lu Feiyun's bones and make him kowtow to his subordinates and apologize? Where did Lu Ming get his confidence from? Is that so? Why don't you try? Lu Feiyun's eyes flickered with excitement. He was waiting for Lu Ming to make his move. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A strong pressure lingered above the area. He's about to make his move. Meanwhile, many figures had appeared around the area and were observing the battle from afar. This area was originally the area where inner sect disciples gathered. Lu Ming's loud roar earlier had already alarmed the inner sect disciples in the vicinity. Lu Ming is looking for Lu Feiyun and said he's going to break his bones. Is he out of his mind? He's out of his mind. Lu Feiyun is a level 1 heavenly god and a capable subordinate of the Tianhong saint. This Lu Ming is too arrogant. Who cares? There's a good show to watch. It'll be fun if a saint is tortured. The surrounding people discussed among themselves. Many of them were waiting to watch a good show. Bang! Lu Ming did not waste any more time and made his move. He used his full strength. During the conversation just now, Lu Ming had already started to trigger the battle formula. He only made his move when he successfully triggered the quadruple combat power. A huge spear light pressed down on Lu Feiyun and the others like a mountain. This power, beside Lu Feiyun, the other youths all revealed looks of shock. Even the several peak true divinity existences were trembling with fear. They simply couldn't block this move. Only Lu Feiyun remained calm. You want to fight me with such strength? Ignorant. With one hand behind his back, Lu Feiyun stretched out his other hand and blasted out a palm strike. A palm print flew out and hit the spear light. Bang! The spear light shook violently and shattered. The terrifying palm force charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated madly. He only came to a stop after retreating for 100 miles. Is this the strength of a heavenly god? It's amazing. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Lu Feiyun did not use his full strength just now. However, the power was much stronger than Long Xian, who was ranked 6th on the True God ranking. There was a huge gap between the Heavenly God realm and the True God realm. Chapter 2802. You dare to fight me with this little bit of strength? Be suppressed. Lu Feiyun said coldly. His body flashed and he charged towards Lu Ming. He pressed down with one hand and a huge palm was formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. Third apocalyptic strike, moon slashing. Lu Ming roared. His divine power surged as he executed the third apocalyptic strike, moon slashing. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards the palm print. At the same time, 9 ice chains flew out from Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the palm print. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion that shook the mountains and the earth. Lu Ming's body was once again pushed back 100 miles, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming managed to block Lu Feiyun's palm print. Moreover, Lu Ming's divine body was extremely strong. His ancient god heart flowed with streams of blood energy, and Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed in an instant. So powerful. All around, the spectators all revealed looks of amazement. Today, regardless of the result, Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. He was able to block Lu Feiyun's attacks consecutively. Lu Feiyun's face turned gloomy. Although he did not use his full strength, he was still a heavenly god after all. He felt ashamed that he could not suppress Lu Ming even after attacking consecutively. He was about to continue attacking, but Lu Ming beat him to it. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming shouted and executed the 9 Heavens Garuda technique. In a flash, he appeared above Lu Feiyun's head and slashed down with his long spear. It was still the moon slashing. At the same time, 9 ice shackles flew down and wrapped around Lu Feiyun. Insignificant skill. Lu Feiyun said coldly and threw out another palm print. Although he had only used one palm, he had already unleashed more than 90% of his divine power. He wanted to completely suppress Lu Ming with this palm. Ball. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind moved. Ball flew out and turned into a huge metal ball that flew towards Lu Feiyun. Boom. Lu Ming's attack and Qiuqiu's attack hit Lu Feiyun's palm at the same time. Boom. An even more terrifying vibration erupted. Lu Feiyun's palm shook violently and cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? Lu Feiyun's eyes involuntarily widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to break through his attack. Boom. Following that, Lu Feiyun's palm print directly collapsed, and Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Lu Feiyun hastily retreated, but he was already a step too late. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Feiyun's body was cut open by the spear light, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Boom. Lu Feiyun erupted with all his might. His divine power swept out like a tidal wave, blocking Lu Ming and Qiuqiu's follow-up attacks. Lu Feiyun is actually injured. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. Anger. Lu Feiyun himself was furious. His entire body was filled with terrifying killing intent. His eyes were incomparably ferocious as he stared at Lu Ming. He was a dignified heavenly god expert, but he was actually injured by Lu Ming, a third-layer true god. This was simply a humiliation to him. He wished he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. Good, very good. Lu Ming, today, I will make you beg for death. Lu Feiyun said ferociously. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. A pair of divine tool gloves appeared on his hands. Swoosh. Lu Feiyun turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lu Ming. His hands continuously struck out, and several huge palm prints blasted towards Lu Ming. The power was much stronger than before. This was Lu Feiyun's true battle strength. It was absolutely powerful. One had to know that the divine power he controlled was king grade. It was even stronger than those first-layer heavenly gods who controlled ordinary divine power. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He activated the 9-layered crimson golden armor and controlled the 9 icy chains. He then executed the Armageddon 3 strikes towards Lu Feiyun. At the same time, Qiuqiu also spun rapidly, cooperating with Lu Ming to attack Lu Feiyun. Lu Ming did not let Qiuqiu execute that kind of lightning. It was not the time yet. That kind of lightning could only be used at the crucial moment to have a miraculous effect. Boom. Boom. The two sides clashed once again, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered as he exerted all his strength to the maximum. At the same time, Qiuqiu also unleashed his full strength. Even so, Lu Ming and Qiuqiu were still at a disadvantage. The two of them were suppressed and kept retreating. The divine power of a heavenly god was incomparably strong. Every move was filled with explosive power, pressuring Lu Ming to the point of suffocation. If it weren't for Qiuqiu resisting most of the pressure, Lu Ming would have been defeated long ago. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 10 moves. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the 9-layered crimson gold armor on Lu Ming's body. It was already on the verge of collapsing. As for the ice shackles, they began to emit cracking noises as well. Condense for me. Lu Ming shouted. Endless divine power gushed out from the quantifying character formula. Lu Ming maintained his peak condition all along. The crimson gold armor on his body became dazzling. The 9 ice chains also became solid. What's going on with this kid? Lu Feiyun was secretly alarmed. Logically speaking, Lu Ming was only a 3rd-level true god. In such a high-intensity battle, his divine power should have long been depleted. But until now, Lu Ming maintained several divine techniques at the same time, and was still as lively as a dragon or a tiger. He was simply a freak. Burning blood technique. Seeing that the battle was going on for a long time, Lu Feiyun became anxious and directly used his trump card. His body was covered in a layer of fiery red blood light, as if his blood was burning. At the same time, his combat strength also suddenly increased by several notches. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming and Qiuqiu were sent flying at the same time, retreating wildly. Especially Lu Ming, who even spurted out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Feiyun roared and charged toward Lu Ming. His palm turned into a claw and grabbed at Lu Ming, as if he wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He fully operated several divine techniques and secret techniques. His essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. Suddenly, the crimson gold armor on Lu Ming's body became more solid and the light became brighter. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The 9-layered crimson gold armor had broken through to the 5th layer, and its defensive power had increased greatly. This kid. Lu Feiyun was extremely shocked. Of course, he had noticed Lu Ming's breakthrough. So what if you broke through? You want to block my attack? Dream on. Lu Feiyun increased his speed and attacked Lu Ming. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming controlled 9 ice chains and entangled toward Lu Feiyun. The ice chains had boundless power to deal with people in the true god realm. But facing the celestial god realm Lu Feiyun, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Under Lu Feiyun's attack, the ice chains crumbled continuously. Moon severing. Lu Ming shouted. The long spear slashed down. A crescent-shaped spear light chopped toward Lu Feiyun. Suppress for me. Lu Feiyun was not afraid at all. His claw grabbed at the spear light directly, bringing along a terrifying force wave. Chapter 2803. While Lu Feiyun was attacking Lu Ming, Qiuqiu was also attacking Lu Feiyun. However, Lu Feiyun ignored Qiuqiu. He already knew Qiuqiu's strength. He used a defensive divine skill that was enough to block Qiuqiu's attack. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming first before dealing with Qiuqiu. Boom! Lu Feiyun's claw grabbed Lu Ming's spear light and shattered it. A terrifying force poured down on Lu Ming. Boom! At the same time, Qiuqiu smashed heavily on Lu Feiyun's body, but it was blocked by his defensive divine skill. Now Qiuqiu lightning, Lu Ming shouted with his mind. Buzz buzz buzz, streaks of lightning emerged from Qiuqiu's body, and gathered into a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an arm and blasted towards Lu Feiyun. Boom! This bolt of lightning directly pierced through Lu Feiyun's defense and hit his body. Ah! Lu Feiyun screamed and his body trembled violently. The force that was attacking Lu Ming was also reduced by more than half. His claw grabbed Lu Ming's crimson gold armor and sent Lu Ming flying. Even so, Lu Ming was still seriously injured and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Feiyun was in an even worse state. He didn't have much defense against Qiuqiu. After the previous battle, he already knew Qiuqiu's strength. He never expected that Qiuqiu also had a terrifying lightning. Therefore, Qiuqiu's lightning struck him directly, causing pain as if his body was being torn apart. His body was also numb, and he couldn't move for a moment. Qiuqiu, continue. Lu Ming shouted. The strength of a heavenly god was too shocking. Even if Lu Feiyun was hit directly, he probably wouldn't be seriously injured. Now was the best time to completely suppress Lu Feiyun. Buzz buzz buzz, dazzling lightning emerged from Qiuqiu's body again. How dare you? Stop it! Several youths with Lu Feiyun roared and pounced towards Qiuqiu, trying to stop him. Get lost. Lu Ming didn't care about his injuries. He used the Garuda technique and rushed toward those people, his long spear sweeping out. Bang! 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 Those few youths were merely true god realm, and could not withstand the current Lu Ming at all. They were directly swept flying out by the spear light, smashing onto the ground and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. With just a single move, he was severely injured. At this moment, Qiuqiu's second lightning bolt had already shot out and struck Lu Feiyun's head. Lu Feiyun let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was pitch black, and smoke was coming out of his body. His body had been split open, and the moment blood flowed out, it was burned by the lightning and turned into green smoke. Bind! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and dashed over. The 9 ice chains appeared again, and entangled Lu Feiyun. The terrifying chill froze Lu Feiyun in an instant. Bang! The ice chains swung Lu Feiyun up and smashed him onto the ground, creating a large pit. There were cracking sounds coming from Lu Feiyun's body. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken. Lu Feiyun was severely injured and had no strength to fight back. The spectators were dumbfounded. They did not expect this to be the outcome. Lu Ming, who was in true God realm, came to fight Lu Feiyun. The final result would be Lu Feiyun being defeated and severely injured. I have said that I want you to kneel down and kowtow to my subordinates. Now kneel down to me first. Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the ice chains to control Lu Feiyun, and wanted him to kneel down. Lu Ming, how dare you? Ah! Lu Feiyun roared and struggled madly. However, he was already severely injured. All the bones in his body were broken, and he was bound by the ice chains. He couldn't break free at all. Plop! He was forced to kneel in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I will kill you! Lu Feiyun roared hysterically. His eyes were red and his murderous intent was extremely cold. What are you shouting for? You should have thought of this when you injured my subordinates. Now go and kowtow to my subordinates and apologize. Lu Ming wanted to bring Lu Feiyun back to Anhai's residence, so that Lu Feiyun could kowtow to Anhai and the rest. The others sighed. Lu Ming was really domineering. How dare you? Let him go. At this moment, a loud roar came from afar. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread toward them. Tianhong Saint. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Hearing the voice, Lu Ming knew that the Tianhong Saint had arrived. Lu Ming moved and landed beside Lu Feiyun. In the next moment, a young man appeared in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. Who else could it be but the Tianhong Saint? The Tianhong Saint's gaze fell on Lu Feiyun. Seeing Lu Feiyun in such a miserable state, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming, do you know that Lu Feiyun is my subordinate? The Tianhong Saint said coldly with an icy voice. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? Lu Ming sneered. You hurt my men. I will make you pay 10 times the price. The Tianhong Saint said. Before I pay the price, I'm afraid he will be crippled. Lu Ming pointed at Lu Feiyun. Do you think you can use him to threaten me? Naive. The Tianhong Saint sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. Oh no, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He focused his mind and tried to capture the Tianhong Saint's figure. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. Break for me! Lu Ming roared and unleashed his full strength. A spear radiance shot up into the sky and broke through the surrounding pressure. However, just as Lu Feiyun regained some freedom, his 9 ice chains shook violently and shattered into pieces. Lu Feiyun was swept away by a gust of energy. Then not far from Lu Ming, the Tianhong Saint appeared. He held Lu Feiyun in his hand. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's heart sank. The Tianhong Saint's strength was above his expectations. Just now, the Tianhong Saint had suddenly taken action and rescued Lu Feiyun from his hands. He did not even have time to react. Unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that the Tianhong Saint's cultivation was at least of the 3rd level of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, the divine power that he controlled was definitely of the sacred grade. It was not something that Lu Feiyun could compare to. With your strength, you still want to fight with me. Today, I will cripple you. The Tianhong Saint was very powerful. Golden divine power jumped around his body and formed a terrifying wave that pressed down on Lu Ming. Bam! 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 Lu Ming retreated continuously. He could not withstand the pressure and retreated more than 10 steps. It was the same for Qiuqiu. Due to the pressure, it retreated continuously and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. There was a grave expression in its eyes. Chapter 2804. Kid, you're playing with fire this time. Bone Demon sighed in his sea of consciousness. Senior, is there any way for me to have the strength to contend with Tianhong? Lu Ming asked. This time, Lu Ming did not expect the Tianhong saint to rush over so quickly. However, given Lu Ming's character, even if he knew, he would still come to deal with Lu Feiyun. Swallowing his pride was not Lu Ming's character. That kid is very powerful. With your current strength, there is only one way to have the strength to contend with the Tianhong saint in a short period of time. That is to completely ignite the ancient god's heart. That way, you will gain great power in a short period of time. However, the consequence is that your ancient god's heart may disappear completely. This is a huge price to pay. Bone Demon sighed. Ignite the ancient god's heart? It will disappear completely? Lu Ming frowned. Being able to condense the ancient god's heart was a great opportunity. This kind of opportunity could only be found by chance. If it was lost, it would be gone. Lu Ming was reluctant. With the ancient god's heart, his divine body could grow larger at any time. In the long run, the benefits would be amazing. However, if there was no other way, he could only give it a try. Lu Ming first kneeled down. The Tianhong saint looked down from above. His aura was like the sea, constantly pressing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, he stretched out a palm and pressed down. A huge palm, like an ancient sacred mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming. The palm had yet to reach him, but the terrifying pressure had already caused Lu Ming's body to creak and make creaking sounds. There was no way to resist. The difference between the two was too great. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Qiu, they were all very weak in front of the Tianhong saint. It seems that I can only ignite the ancient god's heart. Lu Ming revealed a determined look. Although the ancient god's heart was precious, it was nothing compared to his life. Come on. Lu Ming was enraged. He was about to erupt and ignite his ancient god heart. Right at this time, a delicate cry sounded out. Tianhong, you're a dignified celestial deity realm holy son. To actually make a move to deal with a third-level true god person. You're really shameless. If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent. Before he could finish his words, a streak of sword chi had already flown over from the distance, reminiscent of an otherworldly deity. Boom. The sword light struck the great Skyhong Saint Sun's palm print, and exploded with a violent boom. The palm print trembled and was split into two by the sword light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant sky. Ouyang Qingxiang. At the critical moment, Ouyang Qingxiang made her move. She slashed apart the great Sky Saint's palm. It wasn't that Ouyang Qingxiang was much stronger than the Heavenly Hong Saint. It was just that the Heavenly Hong Saint hadn't used his full strength in that move. In order to save Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang had used even more strength. That was why she had been able to split open the Heavenly Hong Saint's palm imprint with one move. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Ouyang Qingxiang had arrived. It seemed like he didn't need to burn the ancient god's heart. After all, the ancient god's heart was too precious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming couldn't bear to waste it. Ouyang Qingxiang, are you trying to be a busybody? The Heavenly Hong Saint Sun's face turned cold as he stared coldly at Ouyang Qingxiang. What do you mean by being a busybody? Lu Ming and I are friends. If you want to deal with him, you're dealing with me, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Humph. Umph. Do you think that you can stop me? The Heavenly Hong Saint Sun snorted coldly. His body emitted a golden divine power as his aura grew stronger. You'll know once you try. Although you became a saint earlier than me, you might not be able to defeat me, Ouyang Qingxiang said coldly. Ouyang Chang said coldly as a powerful sword chi burst out from his body and pierced through the sky. Holy Lady Qingxiang and the Heavenly Hong Saint Sun are about to fight. It's been a long time since the saints and holy ladies have fought. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder who's stronger? I don't know. Although Holy Lady Qingxiang became a holy lady later, her talent is amazing. She might not be weaker than the Heavenly Hong Saint Sun. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be friends with Holy Lady Qingxiang. Speaking of which, Lu Ming is really terrifying. If he grows up, he might surpass the other saints and holy ladies. Only the supreme saints can fight him. Yeah, I wonder how today's matter will be resolved. More and more people gathered in the area. Even some of the inner sect elders appeared to watch from afar. Divine Dragon Palm. Suddenly, the heavenly Hong Saint Sun let out a long roar as his divine power erupted. He formed seals with both hands and waved them out. A huge dragon claw was formed and grabbed at Ouyang Qingxiang. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang muttered. Her sword aura surged as she waved her sword. A green sword radiance burst out and slashed at the huge dragon claw. Boom. A terrifying collision erupted, causing thousands of ripples. It was as if the entire inner sect area was shaking violently. Let's fight. Ouyang Qingxiang's voice rang out as her body turned into a green sword radiance and rushed into the sky. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the heavenly Hong Saint Sun's body. His body underwent a huge change in an instant. The heavenly Hong Saint Sun's body became tall and sturdy. His muscles bulged, and his body was twice as big as before. A layer of golden scales appeared on the surface of his skin. They shone brightly under the sunlight. Those were dragon scales. More shockingly, the heavenly Hong Saint Sun grew a tail. A dragon's tail. Dragon human race. Lu Ming squinted his eyes as he recognized the heavenly Hong Saint Sun's race. The heavenly Hong Saint Sun was from the dragon human race. Lu Ming had seen this race before. In the Yellow Springs Mountain Yellow Springs world, there was a country formed by the dragon human race. Divine Dragon Palm. The heavenly Hong Saint Sun revealed his true form. His combat strength was even stronger as he continuously used the Divine Dragon Palm. In the sky, 9 golden dragon claws formed consecutively and grabbed at Ouyang Qingxiang. Green Lotus Sword Song. Sword shakes the world. Ouyang Qingxiang turned around and streaks of green sword chi shot out, slashing at the golden dragon claws. In the sky, there was an uproar as the two of them engaged in an intense battle. The scene was extremely shocking. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. With his current strength, he was still a far cry from the heavenly Hong Saint Sun and Ouyang Qingxiang. You're only a level 4 heavenly god. Lu Ming, don't belittle yourself. With your talent, you'll catch up to them in a few years. Gumo's voice sounded as though he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Level 4 heavenly god? Lu Ming nodded. He wondered how the other saints and saintesses of the Kongxian school were. Swoosh. Swoosh. Just then 2 figures flew over from afar. They were Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming, are you alright? Yu Linglong asked. I'm fine. Did you inform Saintess Qingxiang? Thank you. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming knew that Ouyang Qingxiang must have been informed by Yu Linglong and Ouyang Qingxiang and rushed over. It's good that you're fine. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng nodded and looked up at the battle in the sky. Chapter 2805. At that moment, Ouyang Qingxiang and the Tianhong Saint had already exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. The Tianhong Saint's face darkened. Ouyang Qingxiang, you forced me to do this. I'll show you my true trump card. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol, come out. The Tianhong Saint roared as his divine power surged. Half of the sky was dyed golden. Roar. Then a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. A huge true dragon appeared above the Tianhong Saint's head. No, it should not be called a true dragon. In the desolate universe, all true dragons that reached the martial god realm were called divine dragons. Seeing this divine dragon, Lu Ming was dazzled. He thought that he had returned to the era when the divine wilderness continent was fighting for supremacy. This move was very similar to the move that the Tianhong Saint used when he was below the martial monarch realm. However, this was clearly not a bloodline technique, but a secret technique. A divine dragon formed with a secret technique had a terrifying aura. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that this divine dragon did not have 5 claws, but 6. 6 claws, what's going on? Could it be a mutated divine dragon? Lu Ming's mind was racing. Back then, when Lu Ming had just gone to the Yuanlu, he had met Qiu Yingying. Her bloodline was a 6-clawed true dragon. In the Heaven Realm and the Yuanlu Realm, dragons had 6 claws. Those with more than 7 claws were considered mutated true dragons, such as the 9 dragons. Therefore, Lu Ming naturally thought that the divine dragon formed by the Tianhong Saint was also a mutated one. Roar. The 6-clawed golden dragon roared as its body, which was tens of thousands of meters long, pounced at Ouyang Qingxiang. Azure Lotus Sword Song, God-slaying sword. Facing the Tianhong Saint's secret technique, Ouyang Qingxiang's expression turned grave. She also executed her secret technique. Countless azure sword lights burst out from her body. These sword lights gathered into an azure lotus flower. It spun and flew toward the six-clawed golden dragon. The six-clawed golden dragon roared and clawed at the azure lotus with its claws. There was a deafening explosion. The sky was boiling, and a terrifying force surged in all directions. This was the most powerful collision between the saint and the saintess. The scene was astonishing. However, something happened to Lu Ming's body. He felt his body burning up, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. In fact, the roar of a dragon could be heard from Lu Ming's blood. This is the sound of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming was astonished. Lu Ming had once refined 9 drops of blood essence from the 9 dragons. As Lu Ming's cultivation continued to rise, these 9 drops of blood essence fused with Lu Ming's blood and remained hidden within his body. The Great Sky Saint's secret technique had actually caused the 9 dragons' blood essence to react. This secret technique is so powerful. If I can get my hands on it, I will definitely be able to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Lu Ming's mind spun as his eyes burned with passion. He had a feeling that the Great Sky Hong Saint's mystic technique was very suitable for him. This was a desire that came from the 9 dragons' blood essence. The battle between the Great Sky Hong Saint and Ouyang Qingxiang became even more intense. However, Ouyang Qingxiang was already at a disadvantage. The Great Sky Hong Saint's mystic technique, the Divine Dragon Aspect Art, was so powerful that it started to suppress Ouyang Qingxiang. Of course, it wasn't that Ouyang Qingxiang's Green Lotus Sword Song wasn't powerful. Ouyang Qingxiang's Green Lotus Sword Song was also terrifyingly powerful. However, Ouyang Qingxiang's cultivation was slightly weaker than the Great Sky Hong Saint's. The Great Sky Hong Saint's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level Heavenly God realm, while Ouyang Qingxiang was at the early stage of the 4th level Heavenly God realm. At the beginning of the battle, the difference couldn't be seen. However, as the battle dragged on, the difference gradually became apparent. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for Ouyang Qingxiang. Ouyang Qingxiang, I've said that you can't stop me. The Great Sky Hong Saint roared as he circulated the Divine Dragon Aspect Art with all his might. The 6-clawed golden dragon's power became even more terrifying. Ouyang Qingxiang didn't say a word as she resisted with all her might. It wouldn't be easy for the Great Sky Hong Saint to win in a short period of time. Below, Lu Ming's eyes shifted as he suddenly revealed a determined look. Great Sky Hong, don't you want to attack me? I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming shouted, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. Many people looked curiously at Lu Ming, including the Great Sky Hong Saint and Ouyang Qingxiang. How about I make a bet with you? Lu Ming said. What bet? The Great Sky Hong Saint asked. If you attack me, I'll take 1 move from you. However, it's only 1 move. After that, you'll have to leave. Lu Ming said. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. What? Lu Ming wants to take 1 move from the Great Sky Hong Saint? Crazy, he's crazy. He's courting death. That's right. 1 move from the Great Sky Hong Saint is terrifying. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he'll definitely die. He knows that the Great Sky Hong Saint won't back down today, so he wants to take a gamble. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, you can't. Yu Linglong shouted. That's right, Brother Lu. The Great Sky Hong Saint's cultivation is too strong. You can't take this risk. Wu Zifeng also spoke. If Lu Ming were to take 1 move from the Great Sky Hong Saint, he would definitely die. A cold murderous intent flashed across the Great Sky Hong Saint's eyes as he said, Is what you said true? Of course it's true. However, I have a condition. If I can take 1 move from you and not die, you have to give me your Divine Dragon Aspect technique. Lu Ming said. This was his plan. He wanted to obtain the Great Sky Hong Saint's Divine Dragon Aspect technique. You want my Divine Dragon Aspect technique? Dream on. The Great Sky Hong Saint's voice became extremely cold. Why not? I'm betting my life with you. If I can't take 1 move from you, I'll die. Isn't it worth it for me to pay such a high price for a secret technique? Also, do Do you have no confidence in yourself and think that you can't kill me in one move? Lu Ming sneered. I have no confidence? What a joke. All right, I'll bet with you. The great Sky Hong Saint said loudly. With his cultivation, he could kill Lu Ming with just one move, let alone using his full strength. Why wouldn't he dare to bet? He could take the opportunity to get rid of Lu Ming completely. Lu Ming, you don't have to take the risk. I can stop him. Ouyang Qingxiang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's okay. I'm confident. Don't worry, Saintess Qingxiang. Lu Ming replied. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flickered a few times. Then, she quickly retreated and distanced herself from the great Sky Hong Saint. The two of them stopped. Hey Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Do you want to die? Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. At this moment, the bone demon in Lu Ming's mind was stamping with rage. Senior bone demon, I can only rely on you to decide whether I live or die this time. Lu Ming said. Look at me? Look at my ass. Brat, you're courting death. Go and face it yourself. The bone demon roared. Senior bone demon, are you going to watch me be killed? If I'm killed, I'm afraid I'll never be able to complete Senior Jingyu's matter. Lu Ming sighed. You're threatening me. The bone demon roared. Chapter 2806. I wouldn't dare to threaten you. Given my current situation, I have no choice but to take a risk. Lu Ming sighed. You. Guemo was so angry that his bones were trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll help you one more time. Let me tell you, this is the last time. Besides, I don't have much energy left. I might not be able to help you block that kid's attack. Take care of yourself. Senior, you just need to block a part of his attack for me. Leave the rest to me. Lu Ming said happily. Guemo could only agree. Boom. At that moment, the Tianhong Saint appeared above Lu Ming. His violent aura kept pressuring Lu Ming. A six-clawed divine dragon circled above the Tianhong Saint's head. It looked mighty. Kid, do you have any last words? I'll give you a chance. The Tianhong Saint said coldly. He was full of confidence. If he attacked with all his strength, even an ordinary level 4 heavenly god would be crushed to pieces, let alone Lu Ming. Let's do it. Lu Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The 6 divine fires in his dantian jumped. A crimson golden armor appeared in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, 9 ice chains flew out and surrounded Lu Ming. Qiuqiu turned into a pool of liquid metal and climbed onto Lu Ming's body. It then turned into armor on Lu Ming's body. In Lu Ming's mind, Gumo's body glowed. A stream of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body and formed a layer of defense. Petty tricks. Go to hell. The Tianhong Saint shouted coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Roar. The 6-clawed divine dragon roared and grabbed Lu Ming with one of its dragon claws. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Originally in the Kongxian school, it was forbidden to kill fellow disciples, especially when Lu Ming was a saint. However, Lu Ming had asked to take the Tianhong Saint's attack. This way, it wouldn't be within the restrictions of the sect. This was also the reason why the Tianhong Saint agreed. He could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, Lu Ming would hide in the sect and it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. He's attacking. Can Lu Ming block it? Lu Ming is dead. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Ming as thoughts flashed through their minds. Boom. The golden dragon claw was like a small mountain, bombarding Lu Ming's body. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the ice chain. Bam. 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 Almost in an instant, the 9 ice chains shattered and exploded. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was secretly taken aback. He then felt an incomparably powerful force, as though it could topple the mountains and trample the seas, pressing down on him. Block it for me. Lu Ming let out a long howl and unleashed all his power. However, when the divine dragon's claw pressed down, the rocks under Lu Ming's feet exploded and crumbled. A huge pit appeared. Lu Ming was blasted into the huge pit. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Lu Ming's figure couldn't be seen anymore. How is it? Is Lu Ming dead? He's definitely dead. With his cultivation, he'll definitely die if he takes the Tianhong Saint's attack. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge pit. They wanted to know Lu Ming's situation. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others also stared at the huge pit with worried expressions. Humph, this brat is finally dead. A smile appeared on the Tianhong Saint's face. He had absolute confidence in that attack of his. Although he had not used all of his strength in that attack, he had used 80% of his strength. Even with 80% of his strength, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, the smile on the Tianhong Saint's face disappeared and was replaced by disbelief. That's... damn it, how is that possible? The Tianhong Saint roared in anger. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a dry cough came from the huge pit. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the crowd could finally see the situation clearly. They saw Lu Ming lying in the huge pit, covered in blood. He was also coughing up blood. Lu Ming was seriously injured, but he wasn't dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. Oh my god, with his cultivation, he took the Tianhong Saint's attack head-on and didn't die. How is that possible? Many people cried out in disbelief. However, Yu Linglong, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others were ecstatic. This brat is indeed powerful. Lu Ming coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood and circulated his divine power to heal his injuries. He was indeed seriously injured in the previous attack. The Tianhong Saint's power was too strong. His own defense collapsed in an instant. Qiuqiu was also injured. It turned into a bracelet and attached itself to Lu Ming's hand. If not for Gumo's help, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the Tianhong Saint's attack, and would have been killed. However, in the end he managed to withstand the attack. He had made the right bet. Damn it, damn it. Kill. The Tianhong Saint was enraged and revealed a frenzied killing intent. He took a step forward and an earth-shattering force blasted towards Lu Ming. Tianhong, you're despicable. Ouyang Qingxiang had been staring at the Tianhong Saint for a long time. When the Tianhong Saint attacked, Ouyang Qingxiang also attacked. She slashed out with her sword, and a sword radiance blocked the Tianhong Saint's attack. Tianhong, you made a bet with Lu Ming on one move. Now that you didn't kill Lu Ming with one move, you want to make a second move. Do you have the right to be the Kongxian School's saint when you go back on your words? Ouyang Qingxiang shouted angrily. The Tianhong Saint could only stop. Many people had seen the bet between him and Lu Ming. Now he couldn't go back on his word even if he wanted to. Tianhong, you've lost. Hand over the divine dragon aspect art. Lu Ming struggled to get up and looked at the Tianhong Saint. The Tianhong Saint's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I've underestimated you this time. However, it's impossible for me to hand over the divine dragon aspect art. Change your condition. I'll try my best to satisfy you. The Tianhong Saint actually wanted to go back on his word. I don't need to change my condition. I want the divine dragon aspect art. We agreed on it during the bet. Tianhong, are you going back on your word now? Lu Ming said. The Tianhong Saint's murderous intent had reached its peak. He had agreed to Lu Ming's bet because he didn't expect to lose. He thought that he would definitely win. That was why he agreed to Lu Ming's bet. Lu Ming, don't push your luck, the Tianhong Saint said coldly. The Tianhong Saint said coldly. His threat was obvious. What do you mean push my luck? What a joke. I'm just getting what I deserve. I risked my life for it. Tianhong, hand over the divine dragon aspect art. Lu Ming said loudly. The Tianhong Saint gritted his teeth. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, so many people had seen it today. If he went back on his word in public, it would damage his reputation greatly. It would also be disadvantageous for him to compete for the position of the Kongxian School's sect leader. What right did a person who went back on his word have to be in charge of the Kongxian School? Chapter 2807. Lu Ming. The Divine Dragon Aspect Technique requires the bloodline of the Divine Dragon to be cultivated. You don't have the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to cultivate it. The Tianhong Saint said. You don't have to worry about that. You just need to give me the Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. Lu Ming said plainly. The Tianhong Saint gritted his teeth, but he had no choice. His palm glowed, and a scroll appeared in his hand. For you. the Tianhong saint waved his hand, and the scroll flew out with a terrifying whistling sound. Needless to say, the scroll contained a terrifying power. Ouyang Qingxiang caught the scroll in a flash. She came to Lu Ming's side and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming thanked her and took the scroll. He opened it and read it. After reading it, Lu Ming's face darkened. He looked coldly at the Tianhong saint and said, "The divine dragon aspect technique you gave me is incomplete. Are you going back on your word?" Although he had never come into contact with the divine dragon aspect technique, he could still tell if a secret technique was complete. "The divine dragon aspect technique that I obtained was incomplete in the first place. Otherwise, do you think you can stop me?" The Tianhong saint said coldly. "Tianhong, if you want to go back on your word, just say it. You don't have to find such excuses." Lu Ming sneered. "I said that the divine dragon aspect technique I obtained is incomplete. Don't you understand?" The Tianhong saint's face darkened. "Lu Ming, this is true. I heard that the Tianhong saint's divine dragon aspect technique was obtained from an ancient relic. It is indeed incomplete," Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Tianhong saint was not lying. "Humph, let's go." In the air, the Tianhong saint snorted, waved his sleeves, and turned to leave. He had suffered a great loss today. Not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but he also lost the divine dragon aspect technique. In his heart, he had already put Lu Ming on his must-kill list. The great sky saint and his people left with their tails between their legs. "Fragrant saintess. Thank you for saving me this time." Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Ouyang Qingxiang to express his gratitude. This time, if not for Ouyang Qingxiang, he would not have had the chance to bet with the great Skyhong saint. The Tianhong saint had only agreed to the bet because he could not win over Ouyang Qingxiang. "You're too polite. You'll have to rely on yourself this time." Ouyang Qingxiang's beautiful eyes flickered as her curiosity towards Lu Ming grew. Lu Ming was only a third-level true god, and could actually receive a move from the great sky's holy sun, and not die. The Tianhong saint's son was a peak fourth-level celestial god. By the way, Saint Qingxiang, why does the Tianhong saint's divine dragon aspect have 6 dragon claws? Lu Ming voiced out the doubts in his heart. "That's a 6-clawed divine dragon. Don't tell me you don't even know that?" Ouyang Qingxiang said. 6-clawed divine dragon? I really don't know much about the dragon clan. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Among the dragon clan, the most ordinary dragon clan has 5 dragon claws. As for the higher-ranked dragon clan, they have 6 or even 7 dragon claws. Ouyang Qingxiang explained. 6 dragon claws, 7 dragon claws? Isn't it because of a mutation? Lu Ming asked again. Mutation? How is that possible? The more dragon claws a dragon clan has, the purer their bloodline and the higher their level, the more talented and powerful they are. Most of the dragons in the dragon clan are 5-clawed divine dragons. 6-clawed divine dragons are already considered high-level divine dragons. There are very few of them. The more of them there are, the more talented and powerful they are. However, there are fewer of them. I heard that the highest-level divine dragon in the dragon clan has 9 dragon claws, and is known as the 9-clawed divine dragon. Ouyang Qingxiang explained. I see. Looks like my previous understanding of the dragon clan was wrong. Lu Ming murmured to himself and suddenly realized something. In the past, all the true dragons in the primordial realm had 5 claws, so the occasional 6-clawed or even 9-clawed dragon was considered a mutation. In fact, that wasn't the case. The more dragon claws a dragon clan had, the stronger the ancient bloodline in the dragon claws. It seems that the 9 dragons aren't a mutation, but a sign that the ancient bloodline in their bodies is extremely rich. What a pity. Thinking of this, Lu Ming sighed. He felt that it was a pity that the 9 dragons were born in the heaven realm, which was a small world. He was afraid that their talents weren't stimulated at all. The 9-clawed dragon was the highest-level divine dragon in the untainted universe. If the 9 dragons were born in the untainted universe, their achievements would be limitless. Lu Ming, if you're interested in the dragon clan, you can find some related books to read. These are common knowledge in the untainted universe. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. However, he thought that common knowledge might not be the case. In the chaotic galaxy, the understanding of the dragon clan was probably very limited. Otherwise, the ancestor of techniques and even the ancestral dragon would know the origin of the 9 dragons. They all thought that the 9 dragons were a mutation of the true dragons. Immediately Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng all left. Lu Ming first went to Anhai's residence to help Anhai and the others heal. A few days later, Anhai and the others' injuries were no longer serious. Lu Ming then returned to his residence to cultivate and heal his injuries. He had taken a blow from the heavenly Hong Saint, and his injuries were severe. It took him half a month to fully recover. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming took out the secret art, Divine Dragon Dharma Image Art, and read it carefully. The Divine Dragon Dharma Image Art was incomparably mysterious. After successfully cultivating it, one could condense a Divine Dragon Dharma image. Its power was extremely shocking. Moreover, the power of the Divine Dragon Dharma image was closely related to the concentration of the Divine Dragon's bloodline in the cultivator's body. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the purer the Divine Dragon Dharma image would be. A few days later, Lu Ming had almost figured out the Divine Dragon Dharma image art. He then cultivated according to the records. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming's cultivation was extremely smooth. There was no difficulty at all. In just half a month, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Roar. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the courtyard and cultivated the Divine Dragon Dharma image art. A dragon's roar came from his body. Then, a divine dragon condensed above Lu Ming's head. This divine dragon was only a few meters long. The size of the Divine Dragon Dharma image could be controlled at will. If Lu Ming wanted to, he could make the Divine Dragon Dharma image tens of thousands of meters long. What was shocking was that there were 8 dragon claws on its abdomen. An 8-clawed divine dragon. The Tianhong Saint had only cultivated a 6-clawed Divine Dragon Dharma image. However, Lu Ming had cultivated an 8-clawed Divine Dragon Dharma image. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. He frowned slightly. He originally thought that the Divine Dragon Dharma image that he cultivated should be a 9-clawed dragon. Chapter 2808. As expected, this godly dragon aspect technique is incomplete. If it were complete, I would definitely be able to cultivate the 9-clawed godly dragon aspect. And I might even be able to cultivate more than 1, 2, 3, 4, or even more are all possible. Lu Ming thought to himself. He had a strong desire for the complete divine dragon aspect technique. Thinking about it, once he started fighting, he could directly condense dozens of divine dragon aspects. How powerful would that be? The divine dragon aspect technique was simply too suitable for him. Without a doubt, condensing a divine dragon aspect would consume a lot of divine power. However, Lu Ming cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique and was able to cultivate multiple divine flames. His divine power was much stronger than others. Furthermore, he had the quantifying character formula, so he didn't have to worry about running out of divine power. The Great Sky Saint's Divine Dragon Aspect technique was obtained from an ancient ruin. Then, does that ancient ruin have a complete Divine Dragon Aspect? Lu Ming pondered. He really wanted to obtain the complete Divine Dragon Aspect technique. Once he obtained it, his battle strength would increase greatly. Let's go ask Ouyang Qingxiang and see if she knows. Thinking of this, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed towards Ouyang Qingxiang's residence. The residence of the saintess was naturally extraordinary. It occupied an entire mountain peak, and there were people guarding it. How impressive. It's a pity that there are too few people relying on me. Otherwise, I could also apply for a mountain peak to live in. Lu Ming thought to himself. Of course, he only had a few subordinates now. If he applied for a mountain peak with no one living in it, it would be a joke. Stop. When Lu Ming arrived at the mountain peak, he was blocked by several young women. However, when the few young ladies saw Lu Ming's appearance clearly, they looked at him with admiration. Holy Sun Lu Ming, it's you. Holy Sun Lu Ming, are you looking for our saintess? The young and beautiful women blinked their big eyes, curiously sizing up Lu Ming. Lu Ming had only joined the Kongxian school for a few decades, but he had already become a holy sun with his true immortal realm cultivation. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Naturally, They would be curious and worship him. Yes, I'm looking for Saintess Qingxiang. Please inform her, Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Holy Son Lu Ming, please wait a moment. Immediately, a young woman flew towards the mountain peak. After a while, several figures flew out. The person in the lead was Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming, why are you looking for me today? Come please. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled and flew toward the mountain peak with Lu Ming. They came to a pavilion and sat opposite each other. I came here today to inquire about Tianhong's Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. Saintess Qingxiang said that Tianhong's Divine Dragon Aspect Technique came from an ancient ruin. I wonder where that ruin is? Lu Ming asked. Looks like Brother Lu is eyeing the complete Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. However, if you want to cultivate the Divine Dragon Aspect Technique, you need a strong Divine Dragon bloodline. Otherwise, even if you get it, you won't be able to cultivate it. Why does Brother Lu want the Divine Dragon Aspect Technique? To give it to someone? Ouyang Qingxiang asked curiously. Of course, to cultivate it myself, Lu Ming said with a smile. Cultivate it yourself? Ouyang Qingxiang was even more curious. But in the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened as a divine dragon appeared above Lu Ming's head. Divine Dragon Aspect, and it's an 8-clawed Divine Dragon Aspect. Ouyang Qingxiang's red lips widened in shock. It took her quite a while to recover. Brother Lu, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the Divine Dragon bloodline in your body. Moreover, you managed to cultivate an 8-clawed Divine Dragon Aspect in just a month. I wonder what Tianhong's expression will be when he sees this? Ouyang Qingxiang exclaimed. It's a pity that the Divine Dragon Aspect technique that Tianhong gave me is incomplete. Lu Ming sighed. Ouyang Qingxiang finally knew why Lu Ming wanted to obtain the complete Divine Dragon Aspect technique. Tianhong obtained the Divine Dragon Aspect technique from an ancient ruin. All these years, he has been keeping the ruin a secret and has been secretly excavating it. I guess he wants to obtain the complete Divine Dragon Aspect technique, but he hasn't succeeded. In the past, I had secretly dispatched people to investigate that remnant. Thus, I knew where it was located. Ouyang Qingxiang said. I know. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ouyang Qingxiang nodded and said, that relic is in a more remote place in the Qin Tian star sector. It's called the Yellow Wind Galaxy. Lu Ming, if you want to go there, I can accompany you. Thank you. Lu Ming stood up and thanked her. With Ouyang Qingxiang's help, his confidence would be much higher. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Ouyang Qingxiang was also a swift and decisive person. She and Lu Ming immediately went to Kongxian School's transmission array and took it to Yellow Wind Star River. The Yellow Wind Star River was very far away from the mysterious sky sect. The two of them took a full month and a half to arrive on a planet in the Yellow Wind Star River. Then, they took the interstellar battleship and flew toward their destination. After flying for a few more days, a strange planet appeared in front of them. From afar, this planet looked like a dragon's head. It was as if a huge divine dragon had its head chopped off. Its head floated in the air and formed the planet. This is the Dragon Head planet. There are no living creatures on this planet. It's a desolate place. The Divine Dragon Aspect technique that Tianhong obtained is on this planet. Tianhong is probably on this planet now. We'd better be careful to avoid alerting him. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the two of them exited the interstellar battleship and appeared in the starry sky. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could still fly in the starry sky for a short period of time. Ouyang Qingxiang, on the other hand, was in the heavenly god realm. She could already cross the starry sky with her own strength. The two of them concealed their aura and flew toward Dragon Head planet. Soon, the two of them entered the atmosphere of Dragon Head planet and landed on a mountain peak. The relic should be in the east. Let's go, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Dragon Head planet was not very big. It was much smaller than the other planets with life. In a short while, they had flown across more than half of the planet. A huge mountain range appeared in front of them. It looked like a divine dragon lying on the ground. Suddenly, they saw a figure flashing by. The two of them quickly hid and watched from afar. At the head of the mountain range, there was a huge cave entrance. A group of people was guarding the entrance. There were both young people and old people. It's Tianhong's people. It seems that Tianhong is really here, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Tianhong's people were guarding the cave entrance. How were they going to enter? Chapter 2809. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang decided to wait on the spot. They wanted to wait for the Skybright Saints' men to leave before entering the ruins. However, a month had passed and the Skybright Saints' men did not show any signs of leaving. Saint Qingxiang, what are the cultivation levels of the guards? Lu Ming asked. Some of them are very strong. They are outer sect elders. Some are in the 3rd level of the heavenly god realm, and 2 of them are in the 4th level. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and said, Saint Qingxiang, can you help me lure them away? I'll enter the cave quietly. It's not a problem to lure them away, but the Skybright Saint might be in the cave. There might be other experts inside. I'm afraid it'll be dangerous if you go in, Ouyang Qingxiang said. I won't act rashly. I'll go in quietly and hide. I won't expose myself if I'm not confident, Lu Ming said. All right, let's do that. Ouyang Qingxiang was a decisive person. She nodded and the 2 of them approached the cave. The cave was huge and dark. They could not see what was inside. There were a dozen people outside the cave. They looked listless. There were no other living beings in the cave. They were guarding the cave just in case. Whoosh. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang rushed out. Who's there? Immediately an old man shouted. It's the Saint Qingxiang. She wants to enter the ruins. Stop her. The gatekeepers roared and attacked Ouyang Qingxiang one after another. Half of them were in the heavenly god realm. There were also 2 in the 4th level of the heavenly god realm. They were very strong. However, Ouyang Qingxiang was the Saint Qingxiang. She controlled Saint Divine Power and was very strong. She easily blocked their attacks. Go and report to the saint that Ouyang Qingxiang is here. I'll go. Suddenly, an old man rushed into the cave and disappeared. The others focused on dealing with Ouyang Qingxiang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming moved quickly along the ground. He used the obstacles on the ground to hide himself. The other party did not notice him. Lu Ming successfully rushed into the cave. The cave was pitch black. It was unfathomably deep. Lu Ming slowly slid down along one side of the wall. After sliding down for tens of thousands of meters, they finally reached the bottom of the cave. There was a tunnel at the bottom of the cave. It was a few thousand meters tall, and the walls were inlaid with luminous stones that emitted a faint glow. Lu Ming dashed into the passageway and kept moving forward. Someone's here. Suddenly Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly hid in a groove on the wall. The walls of the passageway were uneven. Some places were protruding while others were concave. It was very easy to hide. After they hid well, a few figures flashed through the tunnel. Lu Ming could clearly see that it was a group of old men. They should have gone to help deal with Ouyang Qingxiang. They were in a hurry and didn't notice Lu Ming. After the few elders left, Lu Ming continued to head toward the passageway. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the passageway and arrived at a huge underground space. That is, when Lu Ming arrived he was stunned. The underground space was very vast. At the front, there was a huge stone staircase that was tens of thousands of meters tall. At the top of the staircase was a palace that looked like the legendary Dragon Palace. At the bottom of the staircase, there were a few figures standing. Lu Ming immediately saw that one of them was the Great Hong Saint. There were also 2 other people. They were 2 old men. The 2 of you go out together and take down that bitch Ouyang Qingxiang. The Great Hong Saint's cold voice rang out. But Saint, once we go out, you will be the only one left here. One of the old men said hesitantly. It's fine. I'm about to climb the Sacred Dragon Staircase. On the Sacred Dragon Staircase, no matter who it is, they will be under terrifying pressure. They will also be protected. No one can harm me if they come in. Put it down. The Great Hong Saint waved his hand. All right, then we'll go out. The 2 old men nodded, and with a flash of their figures they rushed outside. The Great Hong Saint looked at the staircase with a fiery glow in his eyes. I don't believe that I can't climb it. I can definitely do it. The Great Hong Saint growled. His body swelled up and transformed into the form of a dragon human. Golden divine power emanated from his body as he stepped onto the staircase. Bam! When the great Hong Saint stepped onto the staircase, there was a loud boom. It was as if a mountain had crashed onto the ground. The Tianhong Saint landed steadily on the first step. Then he stepped forward and stepped onto the second step. With every step he took, the staircase would rumble. It was as if every step he took was extremely heavy. There is indeed a strong pressure on the staircase. Lu Ming pondered. He took a look and understood what was going on. He had encountered this type of test many times. The great Sky Hong Sage's speed was very fast at the start. Before long, he had crossed half the distance and his speed started to slow down. Clearly, the further he went, the greater the pressure he was under. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the great Hong Saint's body. The golden dragon scales on his body shone even more brightly. He looked determined as he slowly climbed step by step. Unfortunately, after a while, the great Hong Saint's body seemed to have stopped moving. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I can't go up. My dragon blood boil for me. The great Hong Saint roared. The surface of his body was suffused with a blood-red glow. A six-clawed divine dragon appeared above his head. He even used the divine dragon Dharma body. As a result, the great Hong Saint was able to continue climbing. Unfortunately, when he was 2/3 of the way up the staircase, he stopped completely. He could not take another step. Damn it. Why? Could it be that my divine dragon bloodline is not rich enough? Why? The great Hong Saint roared. He was extremely indignant. Is there the complete divine dragon Dharma body technique up there? Lu Ming guessed. Since the great Hong Saint wanted to climb the staircase so badly, there was a high possibility that the complete divine dragon Dharma body technique was up there. Closer. Lu Ming followed the obstacles at the side and slowly approached the staircase. He was getting closer and closer to the palace above the staircase. At this moment, Lu Ming actually felt that his blood was slowly boiling. At the same time, there was a thirst. Yes, it was a thirst. It was a feeling that appeared automatically in his blood. It was as if there was something on the staircase that deeply attracted Lu Ming. I must go to the top of the palace. Lu Ming muttered. His gaze was resolute. He had made up his mind. There was a strong pressure on the staircase. The others seemed unable to go up. The great Hong Saint also did not have the strength to attack. Lu Ming was not afraid. Chapter 28:10. Lu Ming made up his mind. He wanted to go up. Lu Ming was a decisive person. Since he had made up his mind, he would not hesitate. He had no time to hesitate. If Ouyang Qingxiang could not hold the Skybright Saint's men back, he would be in trouble when the experts returned. Swoosh. Lu Ming did not hesitate any longer. He rushed out and headed for the stairs. The moment Lu Ming rushed out, the Skybright Saint noticed Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The Skybright Saint roared, his killing intent exploding. However, he was on the stairs. He could not kill Lu Ming even if he wanted to. Bam! Lu Ming landed heavily on the first step of the stairs. There was a loud boom. Immediately, Lu Ming sensed a powerful force coming from above the stairs. It was as though the mountains and seas were overturning. It was pressing toward Lu Ming, wanting to blast him out of the stairs. Humph! You want to climb the Saint Dragon stairs without the divine dragon bloodline? You are daydreaming. The Skybright Saint sneered and took a few steps down. He was waiting for Lu Ming to be blasted off the Saint Dragon stairs. Then he would kill Lu Ming. This time, he wanted Lu Ming to die a horrible death. However, in the next moment his body stiffened. Lu Ming was not blasted off the stairs as he had expected. Instead, he was standing steadily on the stairs. You have the divine dragon bloodline? The Skybright Saint asked in a gloomy voice. In this world, the dragon human tribe is not the only one with the divine dragon bloodline. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It turned out that only those with the divine dragon bloodline could climb the stairs. If one did not have the divine dragon bloodline, they would be blasted off the stairs by the power of the stairs. When Lu Ming stepped on the stairs, he was almost blasted off. At the critical moment, the 9 dragons' blood essence in his blood boiled, allowing him to stand on the stairs. So what if you have the divine dragon bloodline? Can you climb up? If you can't climb up, you'll die when you're exhausted. the Tianhong saint said coldly. Then he strode down the stairs. As he walked back, he was very relaxed. Soon, the Tianhong saint reached the first step and came to Lu Ming's side. However, there was a force guarding the steps, so he could not attack Lu Ming. Glancing at Lu Ming with murderous intent, the heavenly Hong saint stepped out of the staircase and landed outside, guarding it. He was waiting for Lu Ming to be exhausted and fall down. Then he could make a move to kill Lu Ming. You can just wait patiently. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously, then turned around and strode up the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. With every step he took, the stairs would rumble. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Very soon he had taken a few hundred steps. He was even faster than the Tianhong saint. This kid. How is he so fast? The Tianhong saint's face was ghastly. The pressure is getting stronger, and the difficulty is getting higher. This kid definitely can't go up. He definitely can't. The Tianhong saint roared in his heart. He was a supreme talent of the dragon human race. The divine dragon bloodline in his body was very thick, comparable to the six-clawed divine dragon. He did not believe that Lu Ming, a human, could have a thicker divine dragon bloodline than him. However, reality slapped him in the face. Lu Ming's speed did not slow down at all. Soon he was halfway up the stairs. Then he was halfway up the stairs. This was already the Tianhong saint's limit. However, Lu Ming had reached this point in one breath. At this point, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. The pressure here was already very shocking. The blood in Lu Ming's body was circulating rapidly, as if it was going to burn. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the blood. A lifelike 9 dragons shuttled back and forth in the blood. There was a layer of blood mist on the surface of Lu Ming's body. Then, the blood mist gathered in the air to form 9 dragons that roared into the sky. 9. 9-clawed dragon. This is a 9-clawed dragon. The Tianhong saint roared in disbelief. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming's body actually contained the highest grade 9-clawed dragon bloodline among the divine dragons. No wonder this kid can walk so fast. It turns out that his body contains the 9-clawed dragon bloodline. If I can take the 9-clawed dragon bloodline from his body and use it for my own use, my talents will increase many times over. At this thought, the Tianhong saint's eyes were filled with greed. The 9 dragons appeared, and the pressure on Lu Ming lessened. His speed increased again. Soon Lu Ming was only 100 steps away from the end of the stairs. However, the pressure on the last 100 steps was also the most terrifying. Lu Ming's body trembled with every step he took. Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Lu Ming roared and activated the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. An 8-clawed divine dragon appeared above his head. The 8-clawed divine dragon roared and pounced forward to help Lu Ming break through the pressure on the stairs. Instantly, the pressure was lifted again, and Lu Ming quickly ascended. Divine Dragon Aspect Art, damn it! At the sight of Lu Ming using the Divine Dragon Aspect technique, the heavenly Hong Saint gritted his teeth. He was both shocked and jealous. How long had it been? Lu Ming had mastered the Divine Dragon Aspect Art, and even cultivated an 8-clawed divine dragon. He had been cultivating the Divine Dragon Aspect Art for tens of thousands of years, but he had only cultivated a 6-clawed Divine Dragon Aspect Art. This made him even more greedy for Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline. Bam! Bam! The rumbling of the stairs continued. Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the top of the stairs. As for the Tianhong Saint, his face darkened. With the last rumbling sound, Lu Ming successfully stepped onto the platform above the stairs. At the top of the stairs was a majestic palace. The doors of the palace were open, and he could not see what was inside. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he strode forward and walked through the doors. After stepping through the doors, the light suddenly brightened. Lu Ming could clearly see the situation behind the doors. Behind the doors was a spacious hall. There was nothing else in the hall. It was empty. Lu Ming looked around, but did not discover anything. However, the center of the hall attracted Lu Ming's attention. In the middle of the hall, there was a 1-meter-tall stone pillar. Above the stone pillar, a scroll was suspended, emitting a gentle light. Strangely, there was a small divine dragon outside the scroll. It was formed by energy and flew around the scroll. Could it be the complete divine dragon aspect art? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. Lad, there is a defensive array on the scroll. Guemo reminded him. There is a defensive array? How do I break it? Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. You have the blood essence of the nine-clawed dragon in your body. You just need to drip a drop of blood on the scroll, and you will be able to break the array on it. Guemo said. That's easy. Lu Ming immediately forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the scroll. Chapter 28:11. When Lu Ming's blood dripped onto the scroll, a dragon's roar came from the scroll. Then the scroll emitted a dazzling light. After a long while, the light disappeared. Below the stairs, the Tianhong Saint Sun was extremely anxious. Suddenly, he heard the dragon's roar and the light emitted from the scroll. The Tianhong Saint Sun became even more anxious. Damn it! Could that brat have already obtained the complete divine dragon aspect art? The Tianhong Saint Sun thought anxiously. Then he moved and rushed up the stairs. However, the strong pressure on the stairs made him stop very quickly. He could only retreat unwillingly. I'll wait here. Lu Ming, even if you have the complete divine dragon aspect art, you're just paving the way for me. Haha, that's good too. It saves me a lot of trouble. The Tianhong Saint Sun sneered. Thinking of this, his mood became better. In the hall, when the light on the scroll disappeared, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the scroll. There was nothing strange. Lu Ming opened the scroll expectantly. There were many small words on the scroll, densely packed. Lu Ming looked at it carefully. After a long while, Lu Ming put down the scroll. The complete divine dragon aspect art. It's really the complete divine dragon aspect art. Lu Ming's face was filled with ecstasy. This scroll indeed recorded the complete divine dragon transcendence art. It was incomparably mysterious, much more so than the incomplete divine dragon transcendence art. If he could cultivate it to greater mastery, its power would definitely be shocking. It could become Lu Ming's trump card, even surpassing the ice shackles. How should I go down? After putting away the scroll, Lu Ming started thinking. The Tianhong Saint Sun must be guarding below the stairs. If he went down the stairs, the Tianhong Saint Sun would definitely not let him go. Forget it. I'll wait for a while. If there's really no other way, I'll just cultivate here for a while. I wonder how Holy Lady Qingxiang is doing? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and then he started to wander around the palace. There were other doors around the palace, and Lu Ming walked around, but didn't find anything. Following this, Lu Ming walked towards the innermost door. Behind the innermost door was a long corridor. After passing through the corridor, a beam of light suddenly shot down from above. Lu Ming looked up, and found that it was a door of light. The light came from the door of light. Could this be a teleportation gate? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This is a teleportation gate. It should be a back path that leads to the outside world. Bone's voice rang out. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Tianhong, just wait patiently. Lu Ming laughed and then soared into the sky, rushing towards the door of light. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the light gate. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a canyon. I'm out, I'm really out. I'll go find Holy Lady Qingxiang now. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and left the place. This canyon wasn't far from the entrance. Soon, Lu Ming heard a violent explosion coming from the front. Ouyang Qingxiang was fighting fiercely with a group of experts. There were more than 10 old men, all of them in the heavenly god realm. Among them, there were even 1 or 2 in the heavenly god realm. There were also a few in the heavenly god realm. Facing so many experts, Ouyang Qingxiang mainly focused on defense. She wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Lu Ming flew over and shouted from a distance, Holy Lady Qingxiang, let's go. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear from behind, Ouyang Qingxiang was obviously stunned. She was very surprised. Lu Ming had clearly entered the cave from the entrance. Why did he suddenly run to the back? However, she didn't think too much about it and began to attack. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted and waved her long sword. Green lotuses appeared in the air, each of them bursting with terrifying sword chi, forcing the old men to retreat. Ouyang Qingxiang took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and flew towards Lu Ming. Should we chase after them? An old man asked. Ouyang Qingxiang is too strong. Even if we catch up with them, we can't do anything to her. Our duty is to guard this place and report this situation to the saint. Another old man said. All right. The others nodded. They didn't know that Lu Ming had sneaked in, and even obtained the complete divine dragon aspect art that the great Sky Hong Saint yearned for. If they knew, they wouldn't have let Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang leave so easily. An old man rushed into the cave to report to the great Sky Hong Saint. Ouyang Qingxiang had already come to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to the Kongxian school, Lu Ming said. Ouyang Qingxiang didn't ask any more questions. She soared into the sky with Lu Ming, took out the space battleship, and left the Dragon Head Star. The great Sky Hong Saint was still guarding at the bottom of the stairs. Kid, let's see how long you can stay here. The great Sky Hong Saint snorted. His eyes were filled with killing intent and fire. After a while, an old man rushed in hurriedly. How is it? How's that bitch Ouyang Qingxiang? The great Sky Hong Saint asked. She's gone. She left. The old man replied. She left? You guys are really useless. If I wasn't here, I would have suppressed her personally. The great Sky Hong Saint snorted. The old man's face turned ugly. Is it just Ouyang Qingxiang alone? Is there anyone else? The great Sky Hong Saint asked. Yes, there's someone else. It's Lu Ming. He left with Saint Qingxiang, the old man said. However, before the old man could finish, the great Sky Hong Saint shouted in disbelief. What? What did you say? You said it's Lu Ming? The great Sky Hong Saint jumped up and stared at the old man as though he was going to eat him alive. The old man was shocked. He didn't understand why the great Sky Hong Saint had such a huge reaction when he heard Lu Ming's name. He was confused. Did you see clearly? Is that really Lu Ming and not someone else? The great Sky Hong Saint asked with his eyes wide open. There's no mistake. It's definitely Lu Ming. The old man said firmly. Damn it, damn it. There's still a path up there. Damn it. Chase, chase, the great Sky Hong Saint roared. He turned into a beam of light and chased after them. After reaching the outside of the cave, the great Sky Hong Saint led his subordinates and chased in the direction of the Kongxian school. However, it was too late. Lu Ming and the rest were already far away. In the space battleship. Lu Ming, have you obtained the complete divine dragon aspect technique? Ouyang Qingxiang asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hide anything and told Ouyang Qingxiang what happened in the cave. This time, I have to thank Saint Qingxiang for her help. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to get it. If Saint Qingxiang needs help in the future, feel free to ask. Lu Ming won't refuse. Lu Ming said. You're welcome. However, I'm afraid the great Sky Hong Saint will know about it soon, and will come after us. He's bent on getting the complete version of the divine dragon aspect technique. Now that you have it, I'm afraid he'll go crazy. We have to hurry back to the Kongxian school and make preparations. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming nodded.